Introduction of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius, translated by Thomas Taylor. Introduction. Apuleius, the celebrated author of the following work, is undoubtedly the greatest of the ancient Latin Platonists, a portion of whose writings have been preserved to the present time; and though, in consequence of living at a period in which the depths of the Platonic philosophy had not been fathomed and its mysteries luminously unfolded as they afterwards were by certain Coryphean Greeks, he is not to be classed among the chief of the disciples of Plato, yet he will always maintain a very distinguished rank among those who have delivered to us the more accessible parts of that philosophy with consummate eloquence and an inimitable splendor of diction. Of his life scarcely anything more of importance is known than the particulars respecting himself, which may be collected from his works, and these are as follows. He lived in the 2nd century, about the time of Antoninus Pius, and was a native of Madora, a Roman colony in Africa, and hence, in his Apology, he calls himself a semi-Getulian and a semi-Numidian, because the place of his birth was situated on the very confines of Numidia and Getulia. His family was of considerable rank, for his father, whose name was Theseus, had exercised at Madora the office of Duumvir, which was the first dignity of a colony, and his mother, whose name was Salvia, was originally of Thessaly, and descended from the family of Plutarch. He appears to have been well instructed in all the liberal disciplines of the Greeks, to have been graceful in his person, and to have abounded in wit and learning. Hence, speaking of his literary attainments, he says in his Florida, "The first cup of knowledge which we receive from our preceptors removes entire ignorance. The second furnishes us with grammatical learning. The third arms us with the eloquence of the rhetorician. Thus far many drink. But I drank of other cups besides these, at Athens, of poetry the fabulous, of geometry the limpid, of music the sweet, of dialectic the rough and unpleasant, and of universal philosophy the never satiating and nectareous cup." He studied first at Carthage, then at Athens, and afterwards at Rome, where he acquired the Latin tongue without any assistance, as he himself informs us at the beginning of his Metamorphosis. An ardent desire of becoming acquainted with all the arcana of philosophy and all the mysteries of religion induced him to make several voyages, and enter himself into several religious fraternities. He spent nearly the whole of his estate in travelling, so that, having returned to Rome, and being desirous of dedicating himself to the service of Osiris, he wanted money to defray the expenses of the ceremonies of his reception. Hence he was under the necessity of parting with his clothes to make up the requisite sum. After this he procured the means of subsistence by pleading, and through his eloquence and skill was not in want of causes, some of which were of great importance. He restored his fallen fortune, however, much more by a lucky marriage than by forensic herrings. A widow, whose name was Pudentilla, neither young nor fair, but who stood in need of a husband and had a good estate, thought Apuleius adapted to her purpose. The accuser of Apuleius, as we learn from the Apology, affirmed she was 60 years of age, but his design in asserting this was to prove that the passion she had conceived for the accused was not natural, but the effect of magic. Apuleius made it appear that she was not much above 40 years of age, and that, if she had passed 14 of those years in a state of widowhood, it was not from any aversion to matrimony, but from the opposition of her father-in-law to it, and that at length celibacy had so far impaired her health that the physicians and midwives were of opinion that the best remedy for the diseases which were the consequence of it was wedlock. The argument employed by Apuleius on this occasion was that a lady so advised, and who had no time to lose, if she desired to make the best use of her teeming years, wanted not to be constrained by magic art to make choice of a spouse. This rich widow Apuleius cheerfully married, at a country house near Oea, a maritime town of Africa. This marriage involved him in a troublesome lawsuit, the relations of this lady's two sons pretending that he had employed magic to possess himself of her money and her heart. Hence they accused him of being a wizard, before Claudius Maximus, the proconsul of Africa. From this charge he defended himself with great ability and vigour, as is evident from the apology, that is still extant, which he delivered before his judges. He was also extremely laborious, and wrote many books, some in verse and others in prose, of which but a small part has escaped the ravages of time. Hence, in his apology, in answer to his adversary, on the subject of eloquence, he says: "As to eloquence, if ever I had any, it ought not to appear to be either wonderful or odious, if, having from my youth to this time strenuously applied myself to the study of literature, spurning all other pleasures, with greater labour, perhaps, than was ever employed by any other man, by day and by night, I have endeavoured to obtain it, with the contempt and loss of my health." He delighted in making public speeches, in which he gained the applause of all his auditors. When they heard him at Oea, the audience unanimously exclaimed that he ought to be honoured with the freedom of the city. The people of Carthage, on hearing him harangue, erected a statue of him, as a testimony of their esteem of his talents, and he was honoured in the same way by other cities. It is said by Sidonius Apollinaris that his wife held the candle to him while he studied, but this, says Bayle, must not, I think, be taken literally. It is rather a figure of Gallic eloquence. It has been above observed that he wrote many books. Indeed, it may be said, as Bayle remarks, that he was an universal genius, and there are but few subjects which he has not handled. Hence he translated the Phaedo of Plato and the Arithmetic of Nicomachus. He wrote a treatise De Republica, another De Numeris, and another De Musica. His table questions are quoted, and also his Letters to Cerealia, his Proverbs, his Hermogeras, and his Ludicra. This last work he mentions himself. "They read," says he, "in my Ludicra a short epistle in verse, concerning a powder for the teeth." The works of Apuleius which have escaped the ravages of time are his Metamorphosis, or, as it is generally called, the Golden Ass, in 11 books; his treatises of natural and moral philosophy, of the categoric syllogism, and of the God of Socrates. And besides this there are extant his Apology, his Florida, and his treatise De Mundo, which is nothing more than a translation from the Greek of a treatise with the same title, which is generally ascribed to Aristotle. The Latin translation also of the Asclepian dialogue of Hermes Trismegistus is attributed to Apuleius, and though it is entirely destitute of that splendour of diction which so eminently distinguishes the writings of our author, yet it is not improbable that it is one of his productions, since a translator, if he is faithful, will not only give the matter but the manner also of his original. With respect to the treatises translated in these volumes, the Metamorphosis is the most celebrated of all the works of Apuleius. A great part of this fable may be said to be a paraphrase of the Ass of Lucian, which was originally derived from a work of Lucius Petrensis, who wrote in Greek, and was of Patrae, a city of Achaia. The most important parts, however, of the Metamorphosis, the fable of Cupid and Psyche, and the 11th book, in which Apuleius gives an account of his being initiated in the mysteries of Isis and Osiris, are not derived from any sources with which we are at present acquainted. I call these the most important parts, because in the former, as it appears to me, the very ancient dogma of the pre-existence of the human soul, its lapse from the intelligible world to the earth, and its return from thence to its pristine state of felicity, are most accurately and beautifully adumbrated. This I have endeavoured to prove in the notes which accompany the translation of this fable. And as to the 11th book, though the whole of the Metamorphoses is replete with elegance and erudition, yet this book excels all the rest, in consequence of containing many important historical particulars, and many which are derived from the arcana of Egyptian philosophy and religion. What he says about his initiation into the mysteries in particular is uncommonly interesting and novel. Dr. Warburton formed an opinion of the design of the Metamorphoses, which, in one part of it at least, appears to me to be singularly ridiculous and absurd, that is, that the author's main purpose was to commend pagan religion as the only cure for all vice whatsoever, and to ridicule the Christian religion. There may be some truth in the former part of this assertion, but it is wholly incredible that at a period when the Christian religion was openly derided and execrated by all the heathens, Apuleius should have written a work one part of the intention of which was to ridicule latently that which, without any concealment, and with the sanction of the existing government, was generally despised. One passage indeed occurs in which he speaks contemptuously of the Christians, but then his meaning is so far from being latent that it must be obvious to every one. The passage I allude to is the following in Book the 9th, in which Apuleius, speaking of the nefarious wife of a baker, says to her: "Then, despising and trampling on the divine powers instead of the true religion, counterfeiting a nefarious opinion of God, whom she asserted to be the only deity, devising also vain observances, and deceiving all men, and likewise her miserable husband, she enslaved her body to morning draughts of pure wine, and to continual adultery." In the 10th book also he denominates a most execrable character Cruciarius, which, according to Plautus, signifies discipulus crucis, a disciple of the cross, and perhaps in thus denominating this murderer he intended to signify that he was a Christian. But there are no other parts of this work in which there is a shadow of probability that Apuleius had the Christian religion in view, except it should be said that he alludes to it when in the 11th book he calls the heathen the most pure, magnificent, and eternal religion. What, then, was the real design of Apuleius in composing this work? Shall we say, with Macrobius, that Apuleius sometimes diverted himself with the tales of love, and that this is a kind of fable which professes only to please the ear, and which wisdom banishes from her temple to the cradles of nurses? This, however, is by no means consistent with that dignity and elevation of mind which are essential to the character of a Platonic philosopher. It is not, therefore, most probable that the intention of the author in this work was to show that the man who gives himself to a voluptuous life becomes a beast, and that it is only by becoming virtuous and religious that he can divest himself of the brutal nature and be again a man? For this is the rose by eating which Apuleius was restored to the human, and cast off the brutal form, and like the moly of Hermes preserved him in future from the dire enchantments of Circe, the goddess of sense. This, as it appears to me, is the only design by which our author can be justified in composing the pleasing tales with which this work is replete. Indeed, unless this is admitted to have been the design of Apuleius, he cannot, in certain passages, be defended from the charge of lewdness; but on the supposition that these tales were devised to show the folly and danger of lasciviousness, and that the man who indulges in it brutalizes his nature, the detail of those circumstances through which he became an ass are not to be considered in the light of a lascivious description, because they were not written with a libidinous intention. for every work is characterized by its ultimate design. Hence what Iamblichus says respecting the consecration of the phalli among the ancients in the spring, and the obscene language which was then employed, may be said in defence of these passages in the Metamorphosis, viz. The powers of the human passions that are in us, when they are entirely restrained, become more vehement; but when they are called forth into energy, gradually and commensurately they rejoice in being moderately gratified, are satisfied; and from hence, becoming purified, they are rendered tractable, and are vanquished without violence. On this account, in comedy and tragedy, by surveying the passions of others, we stop our own passions, cause them to be more moderate, and are purified from them. In sacred ceremonies, likewise, by certain spectacles and auditions of things base, we become liberated from the injury which happens from the works effected by them. Things of this kind, therefore, are introduced for the sake of our soul, and of the diminution of the evils which adhere to it through generation, and of a solution and liberation from its bonds. On this account also they are very properly called by Heraclitus remedies, as healing things of a dreadful nature, and saving souls from the calamities with which the realms of generation are replete. Notwithstanding, however, there is no real lasciviousness in these passages, yet, as the generality of readers in the present age would, on the perusal of them, fancy that there is, they are not published in the following translation of this work. In translating Apuleius, I have endeavoured to be as faithful as possible, and to give the manner as well as the matter of the author, since a translation in which both these are not generally united must necessarily, as I have already observed, be essentially defective. I have also availed myself of the best editions of the works of Apuleius, and among these of the Delphin edition, which I think is excellent on the whole, though the editor frequently, in his interpretation, substitutes other words for those of the original when this is not necessary. There is an ancient translation into English of the Metamorphosis by one Adlington, the first editions of which were printed in 1566 and 1571, and the last edition in 1639. And there are other intermediate editions, but as he everywhere omits the most difficult and the most elegant passages, his work is rather a rude outline or compendium than an accurate translation. Bayle does not appear to have been acquainted with this work of Adlington, but of the French versions he observes as follows: I have never met with any modern French translation of the Golden Ass. If I am not mistaken, John Louveau is the author of the first old translation. La Croix du Maine mentions it, without setting down the year in which it appeared. He only says that it was printed at Lyons. It was reprinted at Paris by Claudius Micart in 1584. One I. de Montliat published a translation of the same book with a commentary. One of the two editions which I have seen was, according to the copy, printed at Paris by Samuel Thibaust, 1623. The preface is long, and contains a criticism on several errors of John Louveau. I find that La Croix du Maine and Duverdier-Vauprivat have mentioned a translation which may very well be older than that of John Louveau. They say that Georges de la Boutière, or de la Boutier, a native of Autun, rendered the Metamorphosis or Golden Ass of Apuleius into French. The one says that this version was printed at Lyons by John de Tourne and William Gazeau in the year 1553; the other that it was printed by John de Tourne in 1516. There is an error of the press in the last date, and it is evident that to put the figures in their right places it ought to be 1556. Now, as the same author has said that the translation by John Louveau was printed in the year 1558, there is reason to suppose that it was later than that of Georges de la Boutière. Since the first edition of this dictionary, part of a translation of the Golden Ass has appeared at Paris. The Journal d'Escavin of the 9th of January, 1696, mentions it. Monsieur de Baron de Couture published with notes, in 1698, his French version of the treatise De Socratis. I shall conclude with observing that I trust the readers of this work will candidly peruse it, as one labour more, among many of no common magnitude, of a man who has spent the far greater part of his life in endeavouring to obtain himself a knowledge of the philosophy of Plato, and to elucidate and promulgate it for the benefit of others; who also, in accomplishing this, has had to encounter the hiss of envy, and the bite of detraction, the laugh of folly, and the sneer of contempt, unmerited unkindness, and unfeeling neglect, together with domestic ills of an overwhelming nature and of the rarest occurrence. In short, the present translation is the work of a man whose life has been most eventful and singularly disastrous, a few splendid circumstances excepted, which have illuminated and enlivened the oppressive gloom of adversity like a sunbeam in a winter's day, and which, whenever he may deem it expedient to give the detail of his literary career to the public, he will most gladly and gratefully record. End of introduction.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Wyckoff. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1, Part 1. The Metamorphosis of Apuleius, Book the First. In the following Milesian narration, I will insert various fables, and charm your benevolent ears with an elegant and pleasing murmur, if you will not disdain to look into this Egyptian papyrus, written with the delightful subtlety of a Nilotic reed, and containing an admirable account of men changed into different forms, and, by certain vicissitudes, again restored to themselves. But who I am, I shall briefly thus unfold. The Attic Comitus, the Corinthian Isthmus, and the Spartan Tenerus, happy soils, and which, in more felicitous books, were believed to be eternal, are the ancient originals of my race. There, I mean in Athens, I learnt the first rudiments of Grecian literature. Soon after, as a stranger, I came to Rome, and applied myself to the study of the Roman tongue, which, with great labor, I attained to the knowledge of, without the assistance of a preceptor. Behold, then, I solicit pardon if I should offend the reader by the rude utterance of a foreign language. Indeed, this first attempt of mine to write in the Latin tongue corresponds to the desultory matter of which we have undertaken to treat. We will begin, therefore, to narrate a Grecian fable. Reader, attend, and you will be delighted. I went to Thessaly on business, for in that place the foundations of our origin on the maternal side were laid by the illustrious Plutarch, and afterwards by his nephew Sextus, the philosopher, and thus became the source of renown to us. After, therefore, I had passed over the lofty mountains, the slippery valleys, the dewy turf, and the glebulous plains, being very weary with riding, for I rode on a Thessalian white horse, who was also very much fatigued, in order that I might shake off my sedentary lassitude by the refreshment of walking, I leaped from my horse, diligently wiped the sweat from his forehead, stroked his ears, drew the reins over his head, and walked him gently, so that the usual and natural aid afforded by the discharge of urine might relieve the inconvenience of weariness. and while he was delighted with his ambulatory breakfast, and in a prone position passed over the meadows with his mouth inclined towards his side, I joined myself to two companions who were riding a little before me, and while I listened to their conversation, the one laughing said to the other, "Desist, and do not enter into any further detail of such absurd and incredible fictions." On hearing this, as I was thirsty after novelty, I said, "Make me a partaker of the narration. Not that I am inquisitive, but one who wishes to know either all, or certainly most things, and by doing so the delightful pleasantness of tales will, at the same time, smooth the asperity of the hill which we are ascending." But he that laughed before at his companion said, "That false narration of yours is as true as if someone should assert that by magical incantation rapid rivers might be made to run back to their source, the sea be congealed, the winds blow without spirit, the sun be stopped in his course, the moon drop her foam, the stars be plucked from their spheres, the day be taken away, and the night held back." On hearing this, I said, "Do not you who began the narration repent of having done so, or be weary of telling what remains to be told?" And turning to the other, "But you," said I, "whose ears are gross, and whose mind is obstinate, refuse your assent to things which, perhaps, are truly narrated. For indeed you are not aware that through depraved opinions those things are thought to be false, which either appear novel to the hearing, or rare to the sight, or arduous from being beyond the reach of thought, but which, if you a little more accurately explored, you would not only find to be evident, but would perceive may be easily accomplished." At length in the evening, while I was endeavoring, in the company of certain voracious guests, to bite a larger piece of a cake consisting of barley flour and cheese, I was nearly choked through the softness of the gluttonous food sticking in my jaws and impeding the egress of my breath. Nevertheless, lately at Athens, before the porch called Pasile, I beheld with both my eyes a juggler who swallowed a two-handed horseman's sword that had a very sharp edge, and afterwards, for a small sum of money, buried in his lower viscers a hunting spear, and so as to have that part of it downward which threatens destruction. And lo, the iron head of the spear having passed through the groin, and being forced out again through the hinder part of the head, an effeminately beautiful boy was seen dancing on the other extremity of the spear. This boy, in dancing, turned and twisted himself as if he had been without nerves and bone, to the admiration of all that were present, so that you would have said it was the noble serpent which adheres with slippery embraces to the half-amputated branches of the knotted staff of the medical god. "But I entreat you," said I to him who began the tale, "to continue it. I alone will give credit to your narration, and will treat you with a dinner at the first inn at which we arrive. This shall be your reward." To which he replied, "I take in good part what you promise, and will proceed with my narration. But prior to this, I will swear to you by this Sun, the all-seeing God, that what I shall relate is true. Nor will you any longer doubt that it is so, if you go to the next city, which is Hypata, for there the things which were openly transacted are everywhere divulged. But that you may first know who I am, from what race I am descended, and in quest of what gain I am now going, hear. I am of Aegina, and am traveling through Thessaly, Aetolia, Boeotus, for the purpose of procuring honey, cheese, and other articles of traffic of the like kind. Having found, therefore, that in Hypata, which is the principal city of all Thessaly, new cheese of an excellent flavor was to be sold for a very reasonable price, I hastily betook myself to that place, in order to buy the whole of it. As it often happens, however, I came in an evil hour, and was frustrated of my hopes of gain, for one Lupus, a great purveyor, had bought all of it the day before. Being weary, therefore, through an inefficacious celerity, I then went, the evening commencing, to the public baths, when lo, I beheld my companion Socrates sitting on the ground, half covered with a torn and coarse mantle, and who appeared to be almost another person, he was so deformed by paleness and miserable leanness. For he resembled one of those who, being reduced to the extremity of distress, are compelled to beg in the streets. Hence, though he had been my guest, and was well known to me, yet I approached him with a dubious mind. Alas, my Socrates, I said, what is the meaning of this? What a figure! What crime have you committed? Great lamentation and weeping are made for you at home. Tutors are given to your children by a decree of the provincial magistrate. Your wife, having performed the duties which are due to the dead, and being deformed by grief and long-continued sorrow, so that she had almost lost her sight through excessive weeping, has been compelled by her parents to exhilarate herself by the joys of a new marriage. But here you present yourself to the view, the resemblance of some wicked ghost, to our great disgrace. To this he replied, O Aristomenes, you are ignorant of the slippery turnings and windings, the unstable incursions, and the reciprocal vicissitudes of fortune. And immediately after he had thus spoken, he covered his face, which had been for some time red through shame, with his ragged and coarse mantle, so that the rest of his body, from his navel downward, was rendered naked. But I, not enduring to behold such a miserable spectacle of infelicity, extended my hand to him, that I might help him to rise from the ground. He, however, with his head covered as it was, said, Suffer, oh suffer fortune still longer, to enjoy the trophy which she has suspended. I have acted in such a way that this must follow. And at the same time I put off one of my 2 old garments, and speedily clothed, shall I say, or covered him. Immediately after, I brought him to a bath, anointed and wiped him, and laboriously rubbed off the enormous filth with which he was defiled. Having also well attended to him, and being weary myself, I supported him, who was fatigued, with great difficulty, and brought him to my inn, where I refreshed him with a bed, satisfied him with food, mitigated his sorrows with wine, and soothed him by fabulous narrations. And now our conversation and jests tended to hilarity, and we were not only facetious, but noisy, when he, painfully and profoundly sighing, and striking his forehead with his indignant right hand, exclaimed as follows: Miserable creature that I am, said he, who, while I was intent on gratifying myself with the sufficiently celebrated spectacle of gladiators, have fallen into these calamities. For as you well know, when I went to Macedonia for the sake of gain, I was there detained for the space of 10 months, on my return from thence enriched by merchandise, and a little before I came to Larissa, in order to see the above-mentioned spectacle, I was attacked by a band of most desperate robbers in a certain devious and winding alley, from whom, however, after having been plundered by them of all my property, I at length escaped. And being through this reduced to extreme distress, I betook myself to a certain woman that sold wine, whose name was Moreau, and who, though old, was very pleasant and agreeable, and to her I unfolded the causes of my long peregrination, of my anxiety to return home, and of my being plundered of my property on that day. And while I, miserable man, narrated such particulars as I remembered, she, beginning to treat me very humanely, supplied me with an agreeable and gratuitous supper, and afterwards received me to her bed through the instigation of lust. At the same time also that I, unhappy man, lay with her, I contracted a lasting pestilence, a most baneful love, from only being once connected with her, and even gave her those ragged garments which the humane robbers had left me to cover my nakedness. I likewise presented her with the little gain which I obtained by making the short garments of soldiers while I was yet in a good condition of body, and thus at length this good wife and ill fortune reduced me to the naked state in which you just now saw me. You indeed, said I, deserve to suffer the most severe of ills, if yet there is anything more extreme than that which is last, who have preferred venereal pleasure and a wrinkled harlot to your own house and children. But he, raising the finger next to the thumb to his mouth, and being struck with astonishment, "Be silent," said he, "be silent," and looking around to see whether he might speak with safety, "Cease," said he, "to revile a divine woman, lest you injure yourself by an intemperate tongue." "Why so?" said I. "What kind of woman is this powerful and royal tavern keeper?" He replied, "She is a divine sorceress, and is able to draw down the heavens, to elevate the earth, to restrain fountains, to dissolve mountains, to place on high the shades of the dead, to thrust down the gods, extinguish the stars, and to illuminate Tartarus itself." "I beseech you," said I, "take away this tragic tapestry, roll up the theatric curtain, and speak in a familiar language." "Do you wish," said he, "to hear one or two or many of her deeds? For she is capable not only of making her fellow citizens to love her to their own destruction, but the Indians also, the inhabitants of both the Ethiopias and even the Antichthones themselves, are only the leaves, as it were, of her art, and trifling examples of her skill. Hear, however, what she accomplished in the presence of many spectators. She changed by one word only her lover into a beaver, who had by force debauched another woman, because that beast, fearing lest it should be taken, frees itself from the hunter that pursues it by the abscission of its own testicles, in order that the same thing might happen to her lover in consequence of his having been connected with another female. She likewise changed into a frog an innkeeper, who was her neighbor, and of whom she was on that account envious. And now that old man, swimming in a tub of his own wine, and merged in the dregs of it, calls on his ancient guests with a hoarse and courteously croaking voice. She likewise changed one of the advocates of the court, because he had declaimed against her, into a ram, and now that ram pleads causes. The same sorceress also condemned to perpetual pregnancy the wife of her lover, who was now parturient, by closing her womb, and retarding the egress of the infant, because she had reviled her somewhat severely. and according to the computation of all men, the belly of the miserable woman has been distended for the space of 8 years, as if she were about to be delivered of an elephant. As this unfortunate woman, however, and many others, had been frequently injured by her arts, the public indignation was excited against her, and it was decreed that on the following day she should be severely punished by being stoned to death. But she frustrated this design by the power of her enchantments. And as Medea, having obtained by entreaty from Creon the space of 1 day, prior to her departure, burnt the whole of his palace, and also his daughter, together with the old man, with coronal flames, or flames at the top of the head. Thus, likewise, this sorceress, having performed certain deadly imprecations in a ditch, as she herself lately told me, enclosed all the inhabitants of the town in their own houses, by so great a power of incantations, that, for the space of 2 whole days, neither the bars of the doors could be broken, nor the grates be opened, nor the walls themselves be dug through, till, by mutual consent, the people unanimously exclaimed, and swore in the most sacred manner, that they would not offer any violence to her, and would afford her salutary assistance if any person should attempt to injure her. Being therefore after this manner appeased, she liberated the whole city. At midnight, however, she conveyed the author of this conspiracy with all his house, with the walls, the ground, and the foundation, closed as it was, into another city, distant from thence 100 miles, and situated on the summit of a lofty mountain, in consequence of which it was deprived of water, because likewise the houses of the inhabitants were built so near to each other that they did not afford any room to this newcomer. She threw the house before the gate of the city and departed. You narrate, said I, stupendous things, my Socrates, and such as are no less cruel than wonderful. And in the last place you have excited in me no small solicitude, or rather fear, for you have thrown at me not a little sharp stone, but a spear, lest that old woman, employing in a similar manner the assistance of some demon, should know the whole of our present conversation. Let us, therefore, quickly betake ourselves to rest, and when we have lightened our lassitude by the refreshment of sleep, fly from hence as far as we can before the dawn of day. While I was yet persuading the good man Socrates thus to act, he, being oppressed with unusual intoxication and lassitude, snored loudly. But I, after I had closed the door, secured it with bars, and placed my bed against the hinges of it, betook myself to rest. And at first, indeed, I remained for a short time awake through fear, but afterwards I closed my eyes a little about midnight. I was scarcely, however, asleep, when the doors were suddenly opened with a force too great to induce anyone to believe that this was effected by thieves, and besides this, the doors were hurled to the ground, the hinges being entirely broken and torn off. The bed, too, which was very short, deprived of 1 foot, and rotten, was thrown down with great violence, and falling so as to be reversed, covered and concealed me, who was rolled in it, and shaken off the bedstead to the ground. Then I perceived that certain affectations of the mind were naturally excited by contrary causes. For as tears frequently proceed from joy, thus also in that extreme fear I could not refrain from laughing, on perceiving myself, from being Aristomenes, made a tortoise. And while prostrate on the floor, and looking obliquely, I wait for the issue of this affair, Being protected by the situation of the bed, I saw two women of an advanced age, one of whom carried a lighted lamp, but the other a sponge and a drawn sword. With these accoutrements they surrounded Socrates, who slept profoundly. End of Chapter 1, Part 1.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiromi Arserio. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 1, Part 2. Then she who carried the sword said, This, O sister Panthea, is my dearly beloved Endymion, my Ganymede, who, both by day and by night, has made sport of my youth. This is he who, despising my love, not only defames me by reproachful language, but also betakes himself to flight. But I, indeed, am deserted by the craft of this Ulysses, and, like another Calypso, am left to lament an eternal widowhood, extending likewise her right hand, and showing me to her Panthea. But this, said she, is his good counsellor Aristomenes, who was the author of this his flight, and now, near to death, lies prostrate on the ground with the bed upon him, and who likewise sees all these transactions, and thinks that he shall not be punished for the disgraceful things which he has said of me. I will take care, however, that he shall repent, though late, or rather presently, or even now, of his former defamation, and his present curiosity. On hearing this, I, miserable man, felt all my members in a cold sweat, and my bowels began to shake with fear, so that the bed, also being agitated and restless, leaped up and down on my back through my palpitation. But, O sister, said the good Panthea, shall we first delacerate this man after the manner of the Bacchae? Or binding his limbs, shall we amputate his genital parts? To this Moreau replied, for I then perceived that her name accorded in reality with the narrations of Socrates. Rather let him live, in order that he may cover with a little earth the body of this miserable creature, Socrates. And immediately after, having moved the head of Socrates to the other side, she plunged the whole of the sword into his body up to the hilt, through the left part of the neck, and diligently received the emission of the blood in a small vessel placed under it, so that no drop of it might ever be perceived. These things I beheld with my own eyes. The good Moreau, however, inserting her right hand through the wound, as far as to the most inward parts of the body, and exploring them, lest, as I think, she should at all deviate from the rights pertaining to a victim, drew out the heart of my unhappy companion, while he, in the interim, his windpipe being cut by the force of the sword, emitted through the wound a voice, or rather a stridulous, uncertain sound, and, with the bubbles of blood, poured forth his soul. But Panthea stopped the whole orifice of the wound with a sponge, and said, Beware, O sponge, born in the sea, that you do not pass through a river. Having thus said, and lifted my bed from the ground, they entirely drenched me with the moisture of the most filthy urine. Afterwards, they had scarcely passed over the threshold when the doors rose again entire to their pristine state, the hinges settled in their receptacles, the bars returned to the side of the doors, and the bolts to their cavities in the posts. But I, in the state in which I still was, prostrate on the ground, dismayed, naked, cold, and drenched in urine, like an infant that has recently emerged from the womb of its mother, and besides this, half dead, or even surviving myself, and born again after my death, or rather a candidate for the cross, to which I was now destined, said, What will become of me when, in the morning, this my companion shall be found with his throat cut? To whom shall I appear to say what is probable, though I should speak the truth? For they will say, you ought at least to have called for assistance, if you, though so large a man, could not resist a woman. What? Was the throat of a man cut before your eyes, and yet you were silent? Why were you not slain at the same time? Why did outrageous cruelty spare you, who witnessed the murder, and suffer you to remain an indicator of the deed? Because, therefore, you have escaped death, now return to it. These things I frequently revolved with myself, and the night verged towards day. It appeared, therefore, to me to be best to leave the inn privately before daylight, and to pursue my way, though with trembling steps. I take my bundle, put the key in the door, and draw back the bolts. But those good and faithful doors, which had been spontaneously opened during the night, were then scarcely and with great labour unfolded by the frequent insertion of the key. And I then said, "Soho, porter, where are you? Open the door of the inn, as I wish to depart before the break of day." But the porter, who was lying on the ground behind the gate of the inn, and was even then half asleep, said, "What are you, who would begin your journey at this hour of the night, ignorant that the roads are infested by robbers? For though you may wish to die through the consciousness of some crime which you have committed, yet we have not the head of a gourd that we shall die for you." Then said I, "It is nearly day, and besides, what can robbers take away from a traveller who is extremely poor? Are you ignorant, O stupid man, that he who is naked cannot be plundered even by 10 athletes? To which the porter, weary and half asleep, and turning himself on the other side, replied, "How do I know whether you have not killed your companion with whom you came hither yesterday in the evening, and that now you commit your safety to flight? For I remember at that time, i.e. at midnight, I saw Tartarus, which is at the extremity of the universe, and in it the dog Cerberus ready to devour me. And I recollected indeed that the good Moreau did not spare my throat through pity, but cruelly reserved me for the cross. Returning therefore to my bedchamber, I deliberated with myself about a speedy kind of death. But since fortune had supplied me with no other deadly weapon than my bed alone, I said now, O bed, most dear to my soul, who hast endured with me so many sorrows this night, and who art conscious and a witness of what has been transacted in the course of it, and whom alone, when I am accused, I can induce in proof of my innocence, supply me, who am hastening to the realms beneath, with a salutary instrument of death." Having said this, I began to undo the rope with which the bed was corded, and having tied one end of it to a small beam which was under the window, and with the other made a sliding knot, I stood upon the bed, elevated to destruction, and put my head into the halter. But while with one foot I kicked away the prop by which I was supported, so that the rope, being strained about my throat, might by the pressure of the weight stop my breath, the rope, which was both rotten and old, suddenly broke, and I, violently descending from on high, fell upon Socrates, for he lay near me, and, together with him, I was rolled on the ground. And lo, at that very instant the porter rushed into the bedchamber, crying with a loud voice, "Where are you that made such haste at midnight, and now lie snoring rolled in the bedclothes?" At these words Socrates rose first, whether awakened by my falling, or by the discordant vociferation of the porter, I know not, and said, "It is not without reason that all these hostlers are execrated, for this impertinently curious fellow, by his unseasonable intrusion, with an intention, I have no doubt, of stealing something, has roused me, though very weary, from a profound sleep by his outrageous noise." On hearing him say this, I rose up, cheerful and glad, and replete with unhoped-for joy. I said, "Behold, O most faithful porter, my companion, my father, and my brother, whom you, being intoxicated, falsely accused me of having slain." And immediately after I embraced Socrates and kissed him for joy. But he, being filled with the scent of the most filthy liquor with which those witches had infected me, vehemently spurned me from him. "Take yourself from hence," said he, "for you stink like the bottom of a privy." And he began mildly to inquire the cause of this fetid smell. But I, miserable man, having immediately devised an absurd tale, turned his attention to something else, and taking him by the right hand, said, "Let us go and enjoy the pleasure of a morning walk." So I took my bundle, and having paid the innkeeper for our night's lodging, we departed. We had not proceeded far before everything was refulgent through the rising of the sun, and I curiously and diligently observed the neck of my companion, in that part in which I had seen the sword plunged, and said to myself, "O foolish man, you certainly have had a most absurd dream, because you have been overwhelmed with intoxication through wine. Behold, Socrates is entire, sound, and safe. Where is the wound? Where the sponge? And in the last place, where is the scar so deep and so recent?" Addressing myself to him, I said, "Skilful physicians are justly of opinion that horrible and troublesome dreams are the consequence of the body being distended with food and wine. For because I drank too much wine yesterday evening, the rough night exhibited to me dire and truculent images, so that I still fancy myself to be sprinkled and defiled with human gore." To which he, laughing, replied, "You are not sprinkled with gore, but with urine." Nevertheless, my throat appeared to me also in my sleep to be cut, for I felt a pain in my neck, and thought that my heart was plucked out, and even now my spirit fails me. My knees tremble. I stagger, and wish for some food to refresh my spirits. Behold, said I, a breakfast is ready prepared for you. And having said this, I took the scrip from my shoulders, and placed it on the ground, and hastily extended to him some cheese with bread. I also said, We will sit down near that plane tree, which having done, I also took some bread and cheese from the same scrip. And beholding him somewhat more intently as he was greedily eating, I saw him become of a pale yellow colour. At length also his natural colour was so disturbed, that on imaging to myself through fear those nocturnal furies, the piece of bread which I had first taken, though it was very small, stuck in the middle of my throat, so that it could neither pass downward nor return upward. For the frequency of our going together caused an accumulation of my fear. For who would believe that one of two companions could be slain, without the fault of the other? He, however, after he had devoured a sufficient quantity of food, began to be impatiently thirsty, for he had greedily eaten a great part of a most excellent cheese, and not far from the roots of the plane tree, a gentle river sluggishly flowed, after the manner of a stagnant marsh, and which in its colour emulated silver or glass. Lo, said I, satiate yourself with the milk-white liquor of this fountain. He rose, and, being covered with his short cloak, inclined himself on his knees towards the more equable part of the bank, attempting, with great avidity, to drink the water. But he had scarcely touched the topmost dew of it with the surface of his lips, when the wound of his throat opened into a deep cavity, and the sponge suddenly rolled out of it, accompanied by a small quantity of blood. Lastly, his body, being without life, had nearly fallen into the river. But I, laying hold of one of his feet, drew it with great difficulty and labour to the upper part of the bank. And after I had lamented my unfortunate companion as much as the time would permit, I buried him in the sandy soil, which is eternally in the vicinity of the river. I also, trembling and exceedingly fearing for myself, fled through various and inaccessible deserts, and as if guilty of homicide, having left my country and my home, and embraced a voluntary exile, I now dwell in Aetolia, having there again entered into the connubial state. Thus far Aristomenes, that companion, however, of his, who from the first rejected his narration with an obstinate incredulity, said, There is nothing more fabulous than this tale, and nothing more absurd than this lie. And directing his discourse to me, But you, said he, who are a man of a cultivated mind, as the form of your body and your dress indicate, do you believe in this fable? To this I replied, I do not think there is anything which may not be effected. But all things happen to mortals according to the decrees of fate. For many things usually happen to me and to you, and to all men, of an admirable nature, and almost incredible, which nevertheless, if narrated to an ignorant person, would lose their credibility. But I, by Hercules, believe in what Aristomenes has said, and give him the greatest thanks for having excited our attention by the pleasantness of a delightful tale, and enabled me to accomplish a rough and long journey without weariness and labour. With which kindness I think that my horse also is much gratified, since I have been carried without fatigue even to the gate of the city, not on his back, but by my ears, and thus terminated our conversation and our journey, for both my companions turned to the next villages on the left hand. But I entered into the first inn which I perceived, and inquired of an old woman who kept a tavern whether this was the city Hypata, and she gave me to understand by a nod that it was. Do you know, I said, a certain person of the name of Milo, who is one of the principal men of the city? At this question she laughed and said, Milo is deservedly considered to be one of the first men who dwells out of the whole city, and out of the Pomorium. Jesting apart, I said, Tell me, I beseech you, most excellent mother, what kind of man he is, and where he lives. Do you see, said she, those last windows which outwardly look to the city, and that gate on the other side, which fronts the next street? There Milo dwells, who abounds in money and is very opulent, but is extremely avaricious and shamefully sordid. In short, he frequently employs himself in usury on a very large scale, receiving for this purpose pledges of gold and silver. Shut up in a little house, and always dwelling on his tarnished money, with a wife who partakes of his misery. Nor does he keep any one besides in his house, except one female servant, and is always, when he walks abroad, habited like a mendicant. To this I laughing replied, My Demeas has kindly and providently consulted for me, who has recommended me in travelling to a foreign country to such a man with whom, while I stay, I shall have no occasion to fear clouds of smoke, or the smell of the kitchen. Having thus said, I proceeded a little farther, came to the gate and knocked at the doors, which were strongly barred, at the same time calling to someone to open them. At length a certain girl came forth and said, "Ho, you who knock at our doors so violently, what is the kind of pledge on which you want to borrow money? Are you alone ignorant that we admit of no pawn, except it is either gold or silver? Predict better things," I said, "and rather inform me whether I shall find your master at home." "He is indeed," she replied, "but what is the cause of this question?" "I have brought a letter," I said, "written to him by the Corinthian Demeas." "Wait for me," she said, "in this very place, while I deliver your message to him." And immediately on saying this, having again fastened the doors, she went into the house. Returning from thence shortly after, and having opened the doors, she said, "My master requests you to come in." I accordingly entered and found him sitting on a very little bed, and just then beginning his supper. His wife sat at his feet, and before an empty table, which showing to me, she said, "Behold your entertainment." "It is well," I said. And immediately I delivered to Milo the epistle of Demeas, which having hastily read, he said, "I love my friend Demeas, who has procured for me such an illustrious guest." And having said this, he ordered his wife to depart, and desired me to sit in her place, taking hold of my garment likewise, and drawing me, who was reluctant through modesty. "Sit there," said he, "for through fear of robbers we dare not procure for ourselves any seats, nor even as much furniture as is sufficient for domestic purposes." I did what he ordered me to do. He then said, "I may rightly conjecture from the excellent form of your body, and from this virgin modesty, that you are sprung from an illustrious race. But my friend Demeas also asserts the same thing in his letter. I beseech you, therefore, not to despise the poverty of our little house. For, behold, that little bedchamber contiguous to this room, and which is a decent receptacle, will be for your use. Do not therefore unwillingly take up your abode with us, for you will render our house more ample by deigning to dwell in it, and will, besides, procure for yourself no small renown, if, being content with a little house, you emulate the virtues of Theseus, the namesake of your father, who did not disdain the slender and poor cottage of the old woman Hecale." Then, calling his maidservant, he said, "Fotis, take the baggage of our guest, and faithfully place it in that bedchamber, and at the same time bring quickly from the cellar oil to anoint him, a towel to wipe him, and other things useful for the same purpose, and conduct my guest to the neighbouring baths, for he is weary through a journey sufficiently difficult and long." When I had heard these things, considering with myself the mode of living and the frugality of Milo, and wishing to conciliate myself to him in a still greater degree, I said, "I am not at all in want of things of this kind, because I carry them with me in all my peregrinations. And as to the baths, I can easily inquire where they are. Do you, Fotis, take this money and procure for me hay and barley for my horse, who has so well conveyed me hither, for this is my principal concern." When this was done, and my things were brought into that bedchamber, I proceeded towards the baths, but first went to the market, in order to procure something for supper. There I saw a great quantity of fish to be sold, and having asked what was the price of them, and refused to give 100 pieces of money, at which the fishmonger valued them, I bought them for 20 pence. Immediately on departing from thence, Pythias followed me, who had been a schoolfellow of mine at Athens, who having at length recognized me, stopped me in a friendly manner, and having embraced and gently kissed me, said, "Oh, my Lucius, it is certainly a long time since I have seen you, as we have not met before since we left our master. But what is the cause of this your peregrination?" "You will know," I said, "to-morrow." "What, however, is the meaning of this? I rejoice that you have obtained your wish, for I perceive the lictors and the fasces, and that your dress is such as perfectly becomes a magistrate." To this he replied, "I am a prefect of the market, and an aedile, and if you wish to buy any food, I will take care that you shall have it at a reasonable price." But I signified to him that I could not avail myself of his kindness, because I had already provided myself with a sufficient quantity of fish for supper. But Pythias, beholding my basket and shaking the fishes in order that they might be more easily seen, said, "What did you give for this refuse?" I replied, "I could scarcely obtain them from the fishmonger for 20 pence. Which when he had heard, taking hold of me by the right hand, he brought me back again to the market, and said, "From which of these men did you buy this rubbish?" I pointed out to him a little old man sitting in a corner, whom immediately rebuking in a most severe tone of voice, in consequence of his authority as an aedile. "Do you neither spare," said he, "our friends, nor any strangers, that you sell trifling fish for so great a price? and thus have reduced this city, which is the flower of all Thessaly, to the form of a desert and an inaccessible rock, through the dearness of provisions? But this conduct shall not remain unpunished, for I will now make you know how worthless men ought to be restrained by an aedile. And having thrown my basket to the ground, he ordered one of his attendants to stand on the fishes, and trample them under his feet. With which severity of discipline my Pythius, being satisfied, and having persuaded me to depart, he said, I have sufficiently punished, O Lucius, this old man, by causing him to suffer so great a disgrace. This being done, I betake myself to the baths, astonished and perfectly confounded, perceiving myself to be at one and the same time deprived of my money and my supper, through the officiousness of my schoolfellow. Having likewise washed myself, I returned to the house of Milo, and afterwards to my bedchamber. And lo, the maidservant Fotis said, Your host invites you to supper. But I, who already knew the parsimony of Milo, gently excused myself by saying that I thought the fatigue of the journey was not to be removed by food, but by sleep. Milo, however, on receiving this message, came himself to me, took hold of my hand, and kindly endeavoured to lead me to supper. And while I delay and modestly resist, he said, You shall not depart from hence till you follow me. Accompanying him likewise what he said with an oath, he drew me, who unwillingly complied with his pertinacity, to his bed. And when I was seated, he said, How is our friend Demeus? Are his affairs prosperous? Tell me likewise all that you know respecting his wife, children, and servants. He also more accurately inquired of me the causes of my journey, which after I had carefully narrated, he then asked me most particularly concerning my country, and the leading men in it, and in the last place he inquired about the prefect of it. But perceiving that I was weary from the molestation of so rough a journey, and also from the length of my narration, that my words were cut short in the midst through sleep, and that lassitude occasioned me to speak indistinctly and to stutter, he at length permitted me to go to rest. I escaped therefore from the loquacious and hungry supper of the sordid old man, burdened with sleep, and not with dainties, having supped on tales alone, and returning to my bedchamber, I delivered myself to the wished-for rest. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by Shiromi Arserio. Shiromi.net.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius, translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 2, Part 1. Soon as, the night being dispersed, a new sun had made the day, emerging at the same time from sleep and my bed, being likewise anxious and above measure desirous of knowing what is rare and admirable, and recollecting that I was in the midst of Thessaly, where the genuine incantations of the magical art are reported to have originated by the unanimous consent of the whole earth, I diligently considered the several particulars of that narration of my excellent companion Aristomenes, which was occasioned by the proximity of this city Hypata to Thessaly, though I was otherwise in suspense from the desire of seeing something wonderful, and my diligence in the investigation of it. Nor was there anything in that city which when I beheld I could believe to be that which it really was. But I was induced to think that everything was transmuted into another form by magical incantation, so that the stones which I met with were hardened into that shape from men. The birds which I heard singing had once been in the human form, but were now invested with feathers, and that this was also the case with the trees which were clothed with leaves, and surrounded the pomerium, or precinct of the town, and with the fountains of water which devolved their streams from the liquefied bodies of men. I now likewise expected to find that the statues and images would walk, that the walls would speak, that sheep and that kind of cattle would prophesy, and that an oracle would suddenly be given from heaven itself and the orb of the sun. Being thus astonished, or rather stupefied with tormenting desire, finding no beginning or even trace of the objects of my wish, I rapidly investigated every particular. Nevertheless, while, like one intoxicated, I wander through the whole town from one gate to another, I suddenly, and without knowing where I was, came to the market in which delicate provisions were sold. There, as I was walking quickly, I overtook a certain woman who was surrounded with a great number of servants. Her earrings and her garments were adorned with gold, in the former of which it was wreathed, and was woven in the latter, which demonstrated her to be a woman of the first rank. By her side there stood a very old man, who, as soon as he saw me, said, "This, by Hercules, is Lucius," and at the same time he kissed me. Immediately after, he whispered in the ear of the woman something which I did not hear. "Will you not," said he, "approach and salute your parent?" "I dare not," I replied, "salute a woman who is unknown to me." And immediately blushing, I stood still with my head inclined to the other side. But she, fixing her eyes upon me, said, "Behold the generous offspring of his most chaste mother, Salvia, and the other parts of his body also admirably and exactly correspond to each other. For his stature is graceful, his slenderness is succulent, his ruddiness is moderate, his hair is yellow and without affectation, his eyes are azure but quick, and the sight of them is sharp and vigorous like that of an eagle. In short, he is everywhere comely, and his gait is decorous and artless." She also added, "I have nursed you, O Lucius, with these my hands, and why should I not? For I not only participated with your mother of the same blood, but also of the same education, since we both originated from the lineage of Plutarch, have both of us sucked the milk of the same nurse, and have grown up together in the bonds of consanguinity. And there is no difference between us, except that which arises from dignity. For the marriage of your mother was illustrious, but mine was obscure. I am that Byrrhina, whose name you may perhaps recollect, because it was frequently celebrated among those by whom you were educated. Betake yourself, therefore, confidently to our place of abode, or rather to your own proper house." To this I replied, my bashfulness having been dissipated by the time which she consumed in speaking, "Far be it from me, O mother, that I should desert my host Milo, without any just cause of complaint. But I will sedulously take care to do whatever can be done by me without violating the rights of hospitality. And as often as I have occasion to come this way, I will call upon you." While we were engaged in this friendly altercation, consisting of refusal on my part and invitation on hers, after we had proceeded a little farther, we came to the house of Byrrhina. The courtyard was most beautiful, which supported statues of the goddess of victory, raised on pillars, which were quadripartite in the several angles. The wings of the statues being stretched on each side without any motion of the rolling sphere, and decorating the unstable step of the dewy feet, made the images seem as if they were not fixed, but were really flying. Behold, too, Parian marble, fashioned into a statue of Diana, was erected in the middle of the whole place. This image was perfectly splendid, for the garment of the goddess appeared as if it was blown back by the wind, and she seemed as it were to run, and to oppose those that were entering into the house. It was also venerable on account of the majesty of the divinity which it represented. Dogs stood on each side of the goddess, and these likewise were fashioned of marble. The eyes of these seemed to threaten. Their ears were erect, their nostrils were open, and their mouths ferocious. And if any barking had been heard from the neighbourhood, you would have thought it proceeded from the stony throats of the dogs. That also in which the excellent statuary had given the most consummate specimen of the carver's art was this, that the dogs being erect, and with their breasts advanced, the hind feet stood still, but the fore feet seemed to run. Behind the goddess a rock rose, after the manner of a cavern, covered with moss, grass, leaves, and sprigs. In one place vines, and in another shrubs flourishing from the marble. Within the rock the shadow of the goddess was resplendent from the brightness of the marble. In the extreme margin of the rock, apples and grapes hung exquisitely elaborated, which art, emulous of nature, represented similar to their exemplars. You would have thought that some of them might have been gathered for food, when autumn, the giver of wine, had breathed on them the colour of maturity. And if you beheld in a prone position the fountains, which, running under the feet of the goddess, vibrated in gentle waves, you would have thought that the clusters of grapes which hung from the vine, among other things in which they resembled reality, were also not destitute of mobility. In the midst also of the stony leaves was a carved Actaeon, looking behind him with prying eyes, and now invested with the brutal form of a stag, and both in the marble and in the fountain he was seen to be expecting the coming of Diana to bathe. While attentively inspecting these works of art, I was exceedingly delighted. All that you see, said Byrrhina, is yours. And immediately after she ordered with a low voice all the rest of her attendants to depart. And when all of them were gone, by this goddess, she said, my dearest Lucius, how exceedingly do I fear for you, and how much do I wish that you, who are as it were my son, may be well advised. Take care of yourself, but especially beware of the evil arts and nefarious blandishments of that Pamphile, the wife of Milo, whom you say is your host. She is one of the most renowned witches, and is believed to be mistress of every necromantic incantation, so that by branches of trees and stones, and other frivolous things of the like kind, when she has breathed on them with magic words, she knows how to merge into the depths of Tartarus, and into ancient chaos, all this light of the starry world. For as soon as she has beheld any youth of a beautiful form, she is captivated by his elegance, and immediately turns upon him the sight both of her eyes and of her mind. She employs blandishments, she invades his spirit, she binds him with the eternal fetters of profound love. Then, despising those who are not sufficiently obedient to her, and who rank among the vulgar, she changes them in a moment of time into stones and cattle, and any kind of beast, but others she entirely destroys. I tremble for you on account of these things, and entreat you to beware of them. For she burns with an eternal love, and you, through your youth and your beauty, are fitted for her purpose. This was what Byrrhina, who was very solicitous for my welfare, said to me. But I, who was otherwise inquisitive, as soon as I heard the name of the magic art, which I always wished to obtain the knowledge of, was so far from dreading the blandishments of Pamphile, that I voluntarily longed to become a proficient in that science, even though at a great price, and to precipitate myself entirely, with an accelerated leap, into the gulf of magic. Hence I hastily and insanely liberated myself from her hand, as from a certain bond, and having speedily said farewell, I flew to the house of Milo. And while, like one deprived of intellect, I thus accelerate my pace, I said, Now, O Lucius, be vigilant and attentive to yourself, for now you have the wished for opportunity, and you may satiate your mind with admirable tales, which you have long desired to do. Away then with puerile fears, strenuously encounter with the thing itself more nearly, abstain from venereal connection with your hostess, and religiously reverence the conjugal bed of the worthy Milo. Attack, however, with all your might the maidservant Fotis, for her form is elegant, her manners are facetious, and her conversation delightful. Yesterday evening, likewise, when you went to rest, she courteously brought you into the bedchamber, gently laid you in bed, very lovingly covered you, and having kissed your head, showed by her countenance how unwillingly she left you. And in the last place, she frequently stood still, turning herself and looking behind her. Let us therefore make advances to Fotis, as a thing good, felicitous, and fortunate, though it should not be salutary. While I thus determined with myself, I came to the gate of Milo, yet I did not find either Milo or his wife at home, but only my dear Fotis, who was preparing for her master and mistress a finely seasoned dish of minced meat, together with some broth. And I conjectured indeed by my smell, that she was making very savoury food. She herself being neatly dressed in a linen garment, and girded a little higher than usual under her breasts, with a red and very splendid band, stirred round with her beautiful hands that dish of minced meat, and as she frequently stirred it, the gradually vibrating motion of her loins, and the gentle agitation of the flexible spine of her back, produced a graceful undulation. On perceiving this, I was fixed in astonishment, and stood wondering, and at length I said to her, How beautiful and pleasing, my Fotis, is the motion of your loins in stirring that dish of meat. What honeyed broth are you preparing? Happy and more surely blessed he, who is permitted by you to dip his finger in it. Then she, who was otherwise a pleasant and merrily loquacious girl, said, Depart, O miserable man, far from me. Depart from my fire, for if the flame of my love should scorch you, though but in a moderate degree, you will be profoundly burnt. Thus speaking, she looked at me and laughed. I did not, however, depart from her, till I had diligently explored the whole form of her body. But why do I speak of other things pertaining to her, since it has ever been my only care sedulously to survey, in the first place, the head and the hair in public, and afterwards to enjoy them at home? In this decision I am confirmed by considering that this part of the body has a conspicuous position, and is the first thing that presents itself to our sight, and that the native splendour of the hair effects the same thing in the head, as the delightful colour of a beautiful garment in the other members of the body. Lastly, most women, in order to exhibit their native gracefulness and allurements, divest themselves of all their garments, and long to show their naked beauty, being conscious that they shall please more by the rosy redness of their skin, than by the golden splendour of their robes. But, though it is a thing not lawful to speak of, and may there never be so dire an example of such a thing, if you deprive a woman of the most surpassing beauty of her hair, and strip her face of its native elegance, though she were sent from the heavens, produced from the sea, and nourished in the waves, though I say she were Venus herself, surrounded by all the graces, and attended by the whole family of loves, girded with her cestus, fragrant with cinnamon, and dropping balsam as she moves, yet if she were bald, she would not be able to please her own Vulcan. How beautiful is the hair when it is of a pleasing colour, shines with a glittering light, is vividly refulgent when opposite to the rays of the sun, or is more mildly resplendent, and varies its appearance in a different gracefulness. At one time emitting a brightness like that of gold, it sinks into a slender shade of the colour of honey. At another, with a blackness like that of a crow, it emulates the azure flowers of the neck of doves. Or now anointed with Arabian drops, separated by the slender tooth of a sharp comb, and tied behind the head, it presents itself to the eyes of the lover. It then, like a mirror, reflects a more pleasing image. How beautiful when being thick it is agglomerated with prolific abundance on the crown of the head, or extended in a long series, flows down the back. Lastly, so great is the dignity of the hair of the head, that though a woman should be adorned with gold, rich garments, precious stones, and every other ornament, yet she would not seem to be decorated, unless her hair was gracefully divided. But in my Fotis, not studied, but neglected ornament, added elegance to her person. For her copious hairs, gradually falling pendulous on the hind part of her neck, and being afterwards distributed through the neck, and leisurely reclining on the flexuous border of the top of her garment, were, after being a little conglomerated in the extremity, fastened by a knot to the crown of her head. I could not, however, then any longer sustain the torment of such transcendent pleasure, but immediately gave her a most luscious kiss in that part where the hair ascended to the summit of her head. Then she turned herself toward me, and looking at me obliquely and with petulant eyes, So then, you novice, said she, you have taken a sweet, and at the same time a bitter draught. Take care, lest from the excessive sweetness of the honey, you do not procure for yourself the lasting bitterness of gall. Why do you say so, my delight? I replied, since I am prepared, being renovated, to be roasted by that fire, even for one kiss. And having said this, and embraced her more closely, I began to kiss her more ardently. And now she, co-germinating with me into an equality of love, exhaling from her open mouth the odour of cinnamon, and ravishing me with the nectareous touch of her tongue, I said to her, I shall perish, or rather I am already a lost man, unless you will be propitious. To which she replied, having again kissed me, Be of good courage, for I am enslaved to you by mutual desire, nor shall our pleasure be deferred any longer, but as soon as it is night, I will give myself to your embraces. It was scarcely, however, yet noon, when Byrrhena sent to me hospitable gifts, videte a fat pig, 5 hens, and a cadus of wine, valuable for its age. Then I, having called Fotis, said, Behold, Bacchus, the exciter and armour-bearer of Venus, is come of his own accord. For the voyage of Venus alone requires such provision as this, videte, that through the whole of the wakeful night, the lamp may abound with oil, and the cup with wine. The rest of the day I passed in bathing, and afterwards in supping, for, being invited by the good Milo, I sat at his scanty table, as much as possible out of the view of his wife, in consequence of recollecting the admonitions of Byrrhena, and tremblingly cast my eyes upon her, as if I was beholding the lake Avernus. But as I continually looked at Fotis, who waited on us, my mind was refreshed by the view. As it was now evening, Pamphile, beholding the lamp, said, It will rain abundantly to-morrow. And on her husband asking her how she knew that to be the case, she answered, that this was predicted to her by the lamp. At this Milo, laughing, said, We nourish in this lamp a great Sibyl, who sees from the candlestick, as from a watchtower, all that is transacting in the heavens, and therefore surveys even the sun itself. To this I subjoined, These are the first specimens of this kind of prediction, nor ought it to seem wonderful that this flame, though small, and the work of human hands, should nevertheless have a recollection of that greater and celestial fire, as of its parent, and through this should divinely presage and enunciate to us what the source of its existence is about to effect in the summit of the heavens. For with us at Corinth a certain Chaldean stranger now disturbs the whole city with his admirable predictions, and divulges to the common people the arcana of fate for the sake of gain. Thus, for instance, he would tell the day on which the nuptial knot would be tied, or the foundations of walls would be established so as to remain for ever, and what day would be auspicious to the merchant, or an anniversary to the traveller, or adapted to navigation. Lastly, to me inquiring of him what would be the result of this my journey, he answered, that it would be attended with many very admirable and different events. For, he said, that at one time I should obtain a sufficiently flourishing renown, and that at another I should write a great history and an incredible fable, and compose books. Milo, laughing on hearing this, says, Of what stature was this Chaldean, and what was his name? I replied, He was a tall man, and of a dark complexion, and his name was Diophanes. It is the same person, said Milo, and no other, who, having similarly predicted many things to many in this city, and gained through it no inconsiderable wealth, or rather a great sum of money, unhappily experienced an inauspicious, or that I may speak more truly, a cruel fortune. For on a certain day, when being surrounded with a great crowd, he distributed destiny to all around him, a merchant, whose name was Cerdo, came to him desiring to know what day would be the fittest to take a journey. But when Diophanes had selected and pointed out to him the proper day, and Cerdo, having opened his purse, and taken out the money contained in it, had counted 100 pence, which he intended to give him as the reward of his predictions, behold, a certain youth of noble family, coming behind him, and taking hold of his garment, embraced and kissed him most cordially. But Diophanes, having in his turn also kissed the youth, and at the same time desired him to sit near him, was stupefied, as it were, by the unexpected sight of his friend, and forgetting what had just then occurred, said to him, How long is it, my much wished for friend, since you came into these parts? To this the other answered, I came about the beginning of the evening. But do you also, brother, inform me in your turn, how it happened that you sailed so quickly from the island of Euboea to this city, and have passed over both sea and land. In answer to this, Diophanes, that excellent Chaldean, being deprived of intellect, and not yet himself, said, May our enemies and all those who are hostile to us meet with the like cruel and Ulyssean peregrination. For the ship itself in which we sailed, being injured by various storms, and having lost both the mast and the rudder, could not be impelled to the opposite shore, but was merged in the gulf. And we, having lost all our property, were scarcely able to save ourselves. Whatever we could scrape together, either from the pity of strangers or the benevolence of our friends, was all taken from us by a band of robbers, and my brother, whose name was Arisuatus, being the only one that resisted their violence, was unhappily slain before my eyes. While Diophanes was sorrowfully relating these particulars, the merchant Cerdo, taking up the money which he had designed to pay for the prediction, immediately ran away. Then, however, Diophanes, being at length roused from his stupor, perceived the injury which he had sustained through his imprudence, especially when he saw that all of us who surrounded him burst into loud laughter. But I wish, Lucius, that the Chaldean may have predicted what is true to you alone among all of them, and that you may be happy, and make a prosperous journey. During this prolix narration of Milo, I silently lamented, and was not a little angry with myself, that having voluntarily introduced a series of unseasonable tales, I had lost a good part of the night, and the most delightful fruit of it. At length, therefore, I boldly said to Milo, Let Diophanes bear his destiny, and again expose to the perils both of land and sea the money which he may obtain by his predictions. But suffer me, who am still weary from the toil of yesterday, to betake myself quickly to rest. Having said this, I rose up and went to my bedchamber, and there I found a most elegant arrangement of delicacies. For the bed of the less male servants was laid on the floor, at a considerable distance from the door, in order, I suppose, that they might not be a witness of the nocturnal murmurs. A small table stood by my bed, sufficiently laden with the rich remains of the whole supper, and 2 cups already half full of water, only waiting for the admixtion of wine. Near these also was a stone bottle, the orifice of which gradually dilated, and from which the wine could easily be drawn. I was scarcely laid down, when behold, my Fotis, her mistress, having now retired to rest, approached, scattering roses upon the bed, some of which also she carried in her swelling bosom. Having likewise closely kissed me, tied a garland round my head, and strewed upon me flowers, she seized a cup, and pouring warm water into it, extended it to me, that I might drink. But before I had drunk the whole, she gently took it from me, and gradually diminishing with her lips what was left, and at the same time fixing her eyes on me, she sweetly sipped it, a second and a third time also, and frequently we pledged each other. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius, translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 2, Part 2. It happened on a certain day that Byrrhena earnestly desired me to take a small supper with her, and when I very much excused myself, she said she would never forgive me if I refused to come. I went therefore to Fotis to ask her advice, considering her assent as an auspicious omen, who, though she was unwilling that I should depart from her the breadth of a nail, yet she kindly granted me a little respite from our amatory war. But take care, said she, that you return early from supper, for a furious band of the most noble youth of the city disturbs the public peace. Hence you will everywhere see men that have been murdered lying in the middle of the streets, nor can the aid afforded by the prefect of the province, on account of its great distance, defend the city from so great a calamity. But the splendour of your fortune may create snares for you, and your being a foreigner may render you contemptible. Do not disturb yourself, I said, my Fotis, for I shall return early, not only because I prefer my own pleasures to the banquets of others, but also in order that I may remove your fear. Nevertheless, I shall not go unattended, for I shall carry with me the succour of my safety, since I shall have, depending from my side, my accustomed sword. Thus prepared, I betook myself to supper. There I found many guests, and as she was a woman of rank, they consisted of the flower of the city. The banquet was sumptuous, the beds were splendid with ivory, and covered with cloth of gold. The cups were ample, some of which were more precious than others, but all of them were equally beautiful. This was of glass, adorned with figures exquisitely wrought. There stood one of crystal, perfectly pure. Here was a cup of bright silver, and there of glittering gold. And in another place stood one of amber, admirably excavated, so as to be fitted for a drinking vessel. In short, whatever might be believed to be impossible to be effected, was there. The servants who distributed the food were numerous and magnificently clothed, and the delicacies were abundant. Virgins, elegantly ministrant, attended, and boys with curled locks and beautifully attired, frequently handed to the guests old wine in gems fashioned into cups. And now, the lamps being introduced, convivial conversation abounded, together with frequent laughter, liberal jests, and pleasant gibes. Then Byrrhena thus addressed me: Do you find yourself comfortable in our country? For I know that we excel all other cities in temples and baths and other public works. We likewise abound with provisions. Certainly we have here tranquil liberty, and the stranger who is intent on business may here find a multitude of men resembling those of Rome. But the unambitious stranger will find here rural quiet. Lastly, the whole province comes to this place for the sake of solitary pleasure. To this I replied: What you say is true, nor have I thought myself to be anywhere more free than I am here. But I am very much afraid of the dark and inevitable retreats of the magic discipline, for it is said that not even the sepulchres of the dead are secure, but that certain relics and fragments of dead bodies are snatched from the burning pyres, for the purpose of being subservient to the destruction of the living. And old witches, at the very moment of the preparation for a funeral, outstrip by the rapidity of their speed the burial of strangers. In addition to what I thus said, another person observed: Here indeed they do not even spare any of the living, and one whom I know, having suffered something of this kind, was mutilated in his face, which was everywhere deformed. In the meantime, unrestrained laughter diffused itself through the whole banquet, and the eyes of all the guests were turned towards a certain person who sat in a corner apart from the rest of the company. This man, being confused by the pervicaciousness of all those who were looking at him, and indignantly muttering to himself, was preparing to rise and go away. But Byrrhena said to him, Do not go, my Telephron, but stop a little while, and with your usual urbanity resume your narration from the beginning, that this my son Lucius also may partake of the pleasure produced by your facetious tale. To this he said, You indeed, madam, always preserve an inviolable probity, but the insolence of certain persons is not to be borne. Thus he, being moved with indignation. The urgent entreaties, however, of Byrrhena, who conjured him by her own life to give the narration, forced him at length to comply. Telephron, therefore, having made a pile of the coverlets, leaning on his elbow, and raising himself a little on the bed, extended his right hand, and composed the articulation of his fingers after the manner of orators. Having likewise shut the two lowest fingers, he expanded the rest in a prominent position, and gently smiling, with his thumb stretched out, began as follows. While I was yet a pupil, I went to Miletus to see the Olympic games, and as I wished also to visit these places of this famous province, having travelled all over Thessaly, I came with ill omens to Larissa. And while roving through every place, the money which I had brought with me for my journey being very much diminished, I was exploring some means of mitigating my poverty, I beheld in the middle of the forum a certain tall old man. He stood on a stone, and proclaimed with a loud voice, If any one wishes to be the guardian of the dead body of one deceased, he shall be well rewarded for the undertaking. Then I said to one that was passing by, What is the meaning of this proclamation? Are the dead in this place accustomed to run away? He answered, Be silent, for you are very young, and perfectly a stranger, and you are also ignorant that you are in the middle of Thessaly, where witches everywhere lacerate with their teeth the faces of the dead, and such conduct is to them the solace of the magic art. To this I replied, Tell me, I beseech you, in what does this funeral guardianship consist? In the first place, said he, you must incessantly watch through the whole night, with open and unwinking eyes, continually fixed on the dead body, nor must your sight ever be diverted from this object, nor in the smallest degree turned from it. For these worst of witches, having transformed themselves into any brutal body, creep in latently, so that they easily elude the eyes both of justice and the sun. For they change themselves into birds, and besides this, into dogs and rats, and even into flies. Then too they oppress the guardians with sleep, by employing dire enchantments. Nor can any sufficiently define the magnitude of the frauds which they devise for the sake of gratifying their libidinous appetite. Notwithstanding this, however, not more than 4 or 6 pieces of golden coin are offered as the reward of such a dangerous undertaking. And in addition to this, which I had almost forgotten, if he who watches does not on the following morning restore the dead body entire, he is compelled to repair the whole of whatever has been bitten and taken from it, with discerptions from his own face. On hearing this, I invigorated my mind with a masculine strength, and going directly to the crier, I said, Cease to proclaim any farther, a guardian is present, ready prepared for you. Tell me what the recompense will be. You will receive, said he, 1,000 pieces of money, but be very careful, O young man, to preserve the dead body of one of the principal persons of this city from most iniquitous harpies. You narrate to me, I said, absurdities and mere trifles. You behold in me a man of iron, sleepless, and certainly more sharp-sighted than Lynceus himself, or Argus, and one who is all eye. I had scarcely finished, when he immediately brought me to a certain house, the gates of which being closed, he introduced me through a narrow back door, and pointed out to me a bedchamber, which was dark in consequence of the window shutters being closed, and a woman clothed in a black garment weeping, near whom the crier standing said, This man confidently offers to watch the dead body of your husband for the proposed reward. But she, removing to each side the hair that hung down before her face, which even in sorrow was beautiful, and beholding me, said, Endeavour, I beseech you, to perform the office which you have undertaken vigilantly. Lay aside all care, I said, and only procure for me some overplus adapted to the labour of my undertaking. To this assenting, she hastily arose, and brought me into another bedchamber. There she disclosed with her hand a dead body that was covered with very white linen, in the presence of 7 witnesses who had been introduced into the room, and having wept for a long time, and desired those that were present to bear testimony, she diligently pointed out to them every particular, a certain person at the same time describing in a writing table the parts of the body, which she severally touched for that purpose. Behold, said she, his nose is entire, his eyes are in a sound condition, his ears are safe, his lips have not been violated, and his chin is whole. You, worthy citizens, be witnesses of this. And having said this, she sealed the tables and departed. But I said to her, Be so good, madam, as to order that all things may be procured for me, which are necessary to this undertaking. What are these? Said she. I replied, A large lamp, sufficient oil to supply it with, till it is daylight, warm water with wine vessels and a cup, and a tray furnished with the remains of the supper. Then she, shaking her head, said, Begone, foolish man, who dost expect supper, and the relics of feasting, in a house full of sorrow, and in which for so many days no smoke has been seen. Do you think that you have come hither to feast? Rather assume, as adapted to this place, sorrow and tears. And at the same time, turning to her maidservant, she said, Myrrhina, immediately give him a lamp and oil. And shutting me in the bedchamber, she departed. I therefore, being thus left alone to the solace of the dead body, having rubbed my eyes and armed myself to vigilance, soothed my mind by singing. When, lo, the twilight commenced, the night advanced, still deeper and deeper night, and at length midnight, and my fear became greatly increased. But then a weasel, suddenly creeping into the bedchamber, stood opposite to me, and looked very sharply at me, so that the little animal disturbed my mind by its great audacity. At length, however, I thus spoke to it. Depart, impure beast, and hide yourself with little mice that resemble you, before you experience our powerful blows. Why do you not go away? The animal fled, and immediately left the chamber. But directly after, a profound sleep suddenly merged me into its unfathomable depths, so that not even the Delphic god himself could easily distinguish which of us two that were prostrate was more dead. I, thus inanimate, and requiring another keeper, was nearly not there. Scarcely had the streperous song of the crested cohort proclaimed a truce to night, when I, being at length roused, and terrified in the extreme, ran to the dead body, and taking the lamp with me, and uncovering the face of the corpse, I scrutinized every member, and found all was right. When, lo, the miserable wife entered, weeping, with the witnesses of yesterday, being very solicitous for the event, and immediately falling on the body, and kissing it frequently, and for a long time, she explored everything, by the testimony of the lamp. Then, turning herself, she called Philodespotus, the steward of her house, and ordered him to pay me, without delay, the wages of a good guardian. This being immediately presented to me, We give you the greatest thanks, she said, O young man, and by Hercules, for having so well accomplished this undertaking, we shall afterwards rank you among the rest of our domestics. To this, being delighted with the unexpected gain, and astonished at the sight of the glittering pieces of gold, which I frequently shook in my hand, I said, Indeed, madam, you may consider me as one of your servants, and as often as you may be in want of my assistance, confidently command it. I had scarcely thus spoken, when the domestics, execrating the nefarious omen of my words, took up arms of every kind, and pursued me. One began to strike me on the face with his fist, another on the shoulders with his elbows. By some I was kicked, and by others my hair was plucked off, and my garment was lacerated. And thus being mangled and torn in pieces by reproaches and maledictions, like the proud youth Adonis or Orpheus, the son of the muse Calliope, I was thrust out of doors, and while I recover myself in the next street, and too late call to mind my inauspicious and imprudent speech, and confess that I deserved to suffer even more blows than I had received, behold, the dead body was now carried out, accompanied for the last time by lamentations and clamour, and was brought through the forum with all the pomp of a public funeral, and according to the rites of his country, in consequence of having been one of the principal men of the city. To the side of the corpse came a certain old man, tearing his native hair, and seizing the bier with both hands, and with a voice raised indeed, but interrupted with continual sighs, he proclaimed, By your faith, O citizens, and by your public piety, give assistance to your murdered fellow citizen, and severely revenge a most atrocious deed on this abominable and wicked woman. For she and no other has destroyed by poison this miserable young man, the son of my sister, in order that she might gratify her adulterer, and invade his hereditary possessions. After this manner, the old man loudly uttered querulous lamentations, interrupted by sobs. In the meantime, the common people began to rage, and were impelled to a belief of the crime, by the probability of its having been committed. They clamorously call for fire, they demand stones, and they incite the boys to the destruction of the woman. But she, loudly lamenting, and adjuring all the divinities in the most sacred manner possible, denied that she had perpetrated so great a crime. The old man therefore said, Let us refer the decision of the truth to divine providence. Zacchus the Egyptian is present, who ranks among the first of the prophets, and who agreed with me some time since, for a great reward, to recall for a little while the soul of this dead man from the realms beneath, and to reanimate this body. And having thus said, he brought into the midst of the bystanders a certain young man, clothed in linen garments, who had on his feet shoes made from palm leaves woven together, and whose head was entirely shaven. The old man likewise, having for a long time kissed his hands and embraced his knees, said, O priest, take pity on me, I beseech you, by the celestial stars, by the gods of the infernal regions, by the natural elements, by the silence of night, the Coptic enclosures, the Nilotic increments, the Memphitic arcana, and the Pharaic sistra. Give to this body a short use of the sun, and infuse a small portion of light in eyes buried in eternal night. We do not wish to resist fate, nor to deny the earth a thing which is her own, but we only request a short space of life as a solace of vengeance. The prophet, being thus rendered propitious, took a certain herb, and laid it thrice on the mouth of the dead body, and placed another on the breast of it. Then turning himself to the east, and silently imploring the increments of the august sun, he raised the eager attention of those that were present to so great a miracle, by the form of such a venerable apparatus. I mingled myself with the crowd, and standing on a certain more elevated stone, which was behind the bier, I observed everything with inquisitive eyes. And now the breast of the corpse began to swell with respiration, the salubrious vein to have pulsation, and the body to be filled with spirit. The corpse also arose, and thus spoke to the young man, Why, I beseech you, do you bring me back to the offices of a momentary life, after I have drunk of the Lethean cup, and have swum over the Stygian marshes? Desist, I pray you, now desist, and suffer me to remain in my rest. These words were heard from the body. But the prophet, being a little more excited, said, Why do you not narrate everything to this crowd, and disclose the secrets of your death? Do you not think that the Furies can be called forth by my imprecations, and that your wearied limbs may be tormented? To this the reanimated body answered from the bier, and thus with a groan addressed the people. I was destroyed by the nefarious arts of a new wife, and being compelled to take an envenomed potion, I delivered to an adulterer my yet tepid bed. Then the egregious wife assumed confidence from the present circumstances, and resisting, with a sacrilegious mind, contends against her confuting husband. The vulgar are inflamed and divided into contrary parties. These contend that the most execrable woman should be immediately buried alive with the body of her husband. Others are of opinion that no credit should be given to the lying testimony of a dead body. The subsequent speech, however, of the corpse dissolved this contest, for again profoundly groaning, it said, I will give you manifest documents of unviolated truth, and will indicate to you what is known to no one else. Then pointed to me with his finger, when this most sagacious guardian, said he, of my body, diligently watched over me, old enchantresses, ardently longing after the spoil of my members, and on this account having frequently been in vain changed into other forms, when they found they could not deceive his sedulous attention, having at length thrown over him the dark mist of drowsiness, and buried him in profound sleep, they did not cease to call me by my name, till my infirm joints and cold members struggled by sluggish endeavours to obey the mandates of the magic art. Then this man, who was alive indeed, but dead only with sleep, because he had the same denomination with myself, rose, ignorant of what had been transacted, on hearing his name, and spontaneously walking like an inanimate shadow, though the doors of the bedchamber were carefully closed, suffered mutilation instead of me, his nose first, and afterwards his ears, being amputated through a certain chink. And that other things might correspond with the fraud, they accurately adapted to him wax, fashioned in the shape of his mutilated ears, and provided him with a waxen nose, similar to his own. And now the miserable man stands here, having obtained the reward, not of his vigilance, but of his mutilation. On hearing this, I being terrified, began to try my fortune. With my hand I take hold of my nose, it follows my hand, I touch my ears, and they fall off. And while I am pointed out by the direct fingers and oblique nods of those that were present, while there was an ebullition of laughter, I escape between the feet of the surrounding crowd, wet with frigid perspiration. Nor, being thus mutilated and exposed to ridicule, could I return to my paternal abode, but with my hair falling on each side of my face, I concealed the wounds of my ears, and covered the disgrace of my nose with this linen cloth closely applied to it. As soon as Telephron had brought this narration to an end, all the inebriated guests were again dissolved in laughter. And while they asked permission to drink the health of their friends, Byrrhena thus addressed me. To-morrow comes as a day, which it has been usual to celebrate from the earliest infancy of this city, on which day we alone of all men propitiate the most sacred god of laughter with hilarity and mirth. Your presence will render him more pleasing to us, and I wish you could devise anything from your own proper pleasantry of a joyous nature in honour of the god, in order that we might, in a greater and more perfect degree, please so great a divinity. It is well, I said, and what you request shall be done. And by Hercules, I wish I could invent something very festive, which might excite immoderate laughter. After this, being myself distended with much wine, I immediately rise, through the admonition of my servants, who informed me that it was now night, and having hastily bid farewell to Byrrhena, I proceed homeward with staggering steps. And while we go through the first broad street, the torch to which we trusted was extinguished by a sudden blast of wind, so that, being scarcely liberated from the darkness of unexpected night, it was with difficulty and weariness that we could reach our home, our toes frequently striking against the stones. But when we now drew nearer to our street, behold 3 men of strong and vast bodies rushed with greatest violence against our gate, and were not in the smallest degree terrified by our presence, but frequently attacked it with a greater accumulation of force, so that to all of us, and especially to me, they appeared to be robbers, and of the most cruel description. Immediately, therefore, I seize a sword, liberated from my bosom, and which I carried with me, concealed in my garments, for these purposes. Without delay, I threw myself into the midst of the robbers, and plunged my sword profoundly into the body of each that presented himself in the contest, till at length they expired before my feet, pierced with many and deep wounds. And when I had thus fought, Fotis being awakened by the tumult, and having opened the gate, I entered into the house, breathing with difficulty, and wet with perspiration. Immediately also I delivered myself to bed and sleep, being as much fatigued with the slaughter of the stubborn robbers, as if I had killed the tricorporal Geryon. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Lucius Apuleius, translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 3, Part 1. Now Aurora rode through the heavens, lashing with rosy hand her horses decked with ruddy trappings, and night restored me, snatched from secure quiet, to the day. But my mind was in a fluctuating state from the recollection of the deed which I had perpetrated in the evening. At length, however, collecting my feet under me, joining together my hands upon my knees, with my fingers twined in each other, and thus sitting on my bed, I wept abundantly, now representing to myself in my imagination the forum, the judicial processes, the condemnation, and lastly the executioner. Shall I find, said I to myself, any judge so mild and so benevolent as to be able to pronounce me innocent, who am imbrued with the blood of a triple homicide, and defiled with the gore of so many citizens? This is the journey which the Chaldean Diophanes pertinaciously proclaimed would be to me glorious. Frequently revolving these things with myself, I deplored my fortune. In the meantime there was a violent knocking at our doors, and a great tumult before our gate, and without delay, a great irruption being made into the house, every part of it was filled with magistrates and their attendants, and a miscellaneous crowd. Immediately also 2 of the lictors, laying hold of me, by order of the magistrates, led me along without any resistance on my part. And when we came into the next street, immediately all the city pouring forth in a great crowd, followed us in a wonderfully compact body. And though I walked sorrowfully with my head inclined to the ground, or rather to the realms beneath, yet by looking obliquely, I saw a thing altogether admirable. For among so many thousands of people that surrounded me, there was not any one who was not ready to burst with laughter. At length, having passed through all the streets, and after the manner of those who with lustral sacrifices expiate by circumforaneous victims the anger of the gods, being led by an angular circumduction into the forum, I was placed by the tribunal. And now the magistrates were seated in the lofty pulpit, now the public crier proclaimed silence, when suddenly all the assembly with one voice requested that a cause of so much consequence might be tried in the theatre, on account of the concourse of the people, which might be attended with danger from its multitude and compression. Immediately the people everywhere running to the theatre filled the seats of it with a wonderful celerity. The entrances also, and the whole of the building, were crowded. A great part of the populace stood clinging to the pillars, some were pendant from the statues, others were half conspicuous from the windows and the beams of the building, and all, through an ardent desire of seeing, paid no attention to their own safety. Then the public ministers led me through the middle of the proscenium, like some victim, and placed me in the midst of the orchestra. A certain accuser, therefore, who was of an advanced age, being again called by the loud bellowing of the crier, rose up, and having poured water into a certain vessel, which was slenderly perforated like a strainer, and through which water flowed by drops, for the purpose of limiting the time of speaking, thus addressed the people. A transaction is now brought before you, O most holy citizens, which is by no means of a trifling nature, but especially regards the peace of the whole city, and which by a weighty example will be profitable to others. Hence it will be most proper that all and each of you should endeavour for the public dignity, that this nefarious homicide may not go unpunished, for having cruelly slain so many of the citizens. Nor must you think that I have been induced by any private grudge to accuse him more bitterly, from a peculiar hatred. For I am the prefect of the night guard, nor do I believe that my sedulous vigilance hitherto can be blamed by any one. I will therefore faithfully narrate the transaction itself, and the deeds that were perpetrated this night. When, about the third watch, I had gone round the whole city, observing everything with exact diligence from door to door, I beheld this most cruel young man everywhere committing homicide with his drawn sword, and 3 persons having been now ferociously slain by him, were laid before his feet, still breathing, and their bodies leaping in an abundance of gore. And he indeed, being justly alarmed by the consciousness of so dire a deed, immediately fled, and having escaped into a certain house through the protection of darkness, was there concealed during the whole of the night. By the providence of the gods, however, which never suffers the guilty to go unpunished, I took care, before he had clandestinely escaped, to bring him, as soon as it was morning, before your venerable tribunal. You have therefore before you an accused person, one who is defiled with so many murders, one who is evidently guilty, and one who is an arraigned stranger. Courageously, therefore, pass sentence on a foreigner, for that crime, for the commission of which you would severely punish one of your own citizens. My most bitter accuser having thus spoken, stopped his loud voice. But immediately after, the crier ordered me to begin to speak, if I wished to make any reply to what had been said. I, however, at that time could do no more than weep, not, by Hercules, so much looking to my terrible accusation, as to my miserable conscience. Nevertheless, assuming a divinely inspired boldness, I answered as follows. I am not ignorant how difficult it is for one who is accused of the murder of 3 citizens, to persuade so great a multitude that he is innocent, though he should speak the truth and voluntarily confess the fact. But if your humanity will allow me a public audience for a short time, I can easily show you that I have sustained the danger of my life, not for having deserved to lose it, but through the fortuitous event of a reasonable indignation, which has unjustly caused me to be accused of so great a crime. For, as I was returning from supper, somewhat later than usual, and besides this, being intoxicated, which I will not deny was truly my crime, I beheld before the gates of my lodging, but I dwell with your worthy fellow citizen Milo, certain most cruel robbers attempting to gain an entrance, and to pluck the doors of the house from the hinges, and having with great violence torn off all the bars by which the doors were fastened, they deliberated with themselves concerning the destruction of the inhabitants. Lastly, one of them, who was more prompt with his hands, and larger in his body, incited the others by these words, Hark ye, my lads, let us attack those within the house while they are asleep, with manly minds and active strength. Let all doubt and all sluggishness be banished from our breast. Let slaughter stalk with a drawn sword through the whole house. Let him who lies asleep be slain, and him who endeavours to resist be knocked down. Thus we shall depart from hence safe, if we leave no one in safety in the house. I confess, O citizens, I thought it was the duty of a good member of the community, As through fearing exceedingly both for myself and my hosts, I was armed with a sword, which I carried with me, on account of dangers of this kind, that I should endeavour to put to flight and terrify these most iniquitous robbers. But these perfectly barbarous and atrocious men by no means betook themselves to flight, and though they saw that I was armed, yet they audaciously resisted. The battle is arrayed, and at length the leader and standard-bearer of the rest, having attacked me with great force, immediately endeavoured to beat me down with a stone, having seized me by the hair with both his hands, and caused me to recline backward. But while he strove to obtain the stone, I, with a sure hand, happily laid him prostrate, and soon after I slew another, who was adhering to and biting my feet, with a blow levelled at the middle of his shoulder blade, and the third I pierced in the breast, as he was incautiously running against me. Thus, peace being vindicated, and the house of my host, and the common safety being protected, I believed that I should not only be without punishment, but also that I should be thought worthy of the public praise, for I have never been accused even of the smallest crime, but have always been respected by my acquaintance, and have always preferred innocence to every earthly good. Nor am I able to discover why I now undergo this accusation of a just revenge, which I was incited to take against the worst of robbers, since no one can prove either that prior to this affair there was any private enmity between us, or that those robbers were ever at all known by me, or certainly some spoil should be shown, through the desire of obtaining which, it may be believed, that I perpetrated such an unlawful deed. Having thus said, tears again bursting forth, and with my hands suppliantly extended, I sorrowfully deprecated now these and then those, by the public pity, and by the love of those dear pledges, their children. And when I thought that all of them were now moved by humanity, and were sufficiently affected by the commiseration of my tears, calling to witness the eye of justice and the sun, and commending to the providence of the gods my present casualty, when I had raised my eyes a little higher, I beheld all the people ready to burst into loud laughter, and also my good host and father, Milo, dissolving as well as the rest into excessive laughter. But I then said silently to myself, Alas, where is faith, where is conscience? I indeed am a homicide, and am capitally convicted, for the safety of my host. He, however, not content that he has not afforded me the solace of defence, laughs at my destruction. In the meantime, a certain woman, arrayed in black, ran through the middle of the theatre, weeping and lamenting, and carrying in her bosom an infant, and behind her was another old woman, in ragged and filthy garments, who also testified her grief by similar lamentations. Both of them also shook with their hands branches of olive, which were scattered about the bier on which the dead bodies were laid, and beating their breasts and mournfully weeping, exclaimed, By the public compassion, by the common law of humanity, take pity on these young men who are unworthily slain, and give to our widowhood and solitude the solace of revenge. At least afford assistance to the miserable fortune of this infant, who is left destitute in the first years of his life, and make a propitiatory sacrifice to your laws and public discipline, with the blood of this robber. Afterwards the magistrate, who was the elder, arose, and thus addressed the people. Concerning the crime, indeed, which must be severely punished, he who committed it cannot deny it. One only care, however, remains for us, and which is also of a secondary nature, that we should search after the other persons who were the associates of the accused in the perpetration of so great a crime. For it is not probable that one man alone could have deprived of life 3 such robust young men. The truth, therefore, must be extorted by torments. For the servant who attended the accused has privately fled, and the thing is brought to this issue, that he may by torture be compelled to declare who were the partakers of his wickedness, in order that the dread of so dire a faction may be entirely removed. and without any delay, fire and the wheel, after the manner of the Greeks, and afterwards every kind of whips were introduced. My sorrow was very much increased, or rather was doubled, because I was not permitted to die entire. But that old woman, who had disturbed everything by her weeping, said, O best of citizens, before you fix to the cross this destroyer of my unhappy sons, suffer the dead bodies of the slain to be uncovered, that being more and more incited to a just indignation by an inspection of the form, and at the same time of the age of the deceased, you may treat him with a severity proportioned to the magnitude of the crime. These words were applauded, and immediately the judge ordered me to uncover with my hand the dead bodies which were placed on the bed. The lictors, by the command of the magistrates, instantly compelled me, in consequence of my struggling, and for a long time resisting, the renovation of the preceding crime by a new exhibition. Lastly, therefore, taking hold of my right hand, they extended it to my destruction on the dead bodies. At length, vanquished by necessity, I yield, and though unwilling, snatching off the pall, I disclosed the bodies. But, good gods! What an appearance did the thing assume! What a prodigy! What a sudden change of fortune! For, as I was now in the possession of Proserpine, and was considered as one of the family of Pluto, I suddenly became stupefied with wonder, on finding things assume such a contrary aspect. Nor could I, in appropriate words, explain the form of this new spectacle. For those bodies of the men that were slain were 3 inflated bladders, mangled in different parts, and as far as I could remember of my Vespertine battle, they were cut in those places in which I appeared to myself to have wounded the robbers. Then the laughter, which, through the cunning of certain persons, had been for a short time repressed, burst forth unrestrained among the people. Some exceedingly rejoiced, others by the compression of their hands mitigated the pain of their belly, and all of them leave the theatre full of joy, and at the same time looking back on me. But I, from the time that I laid hold of the pall, stood fixed and cold like a stone, no otherwise than one of the other statues or columns of the theatre. Nor did I emerge from the infernal realms till my host Milo came, and took me by the hand, and with gentle force drew me with him, reluctant as I was, and frequently sobbing, and again weeping. He likewise brought me to his house through certain winding ways, having for this purpose selected the most solitary streets, and by various conversation consoled me, who was still sad, and even then trembling. Nor could he by any means mitigate my indignation of the injury I had sustained, and which stuck more profoundly in my mind. But lo! the magistrates themselves, with their insignia, immediately entering into our house, strove to appease by addressing me as follows: We are not ignorant, O Lucius, of your dignity or your lineage, for the nobility of your illustrious family is extended through the whole of this province. Nor have you, for the sake of contumely, suffered that for which you so excessively grieve. Dismiss, therefore, all the present sorrow from your breast, and expel this anguish from your mind. For this jest, which we solemnly celebrate in public every year, in honour of the most pleasant god of laughter, always flourishes with some new invention. The god also everywhere propitiously and lovingly attends the author of the invention, nor will he ever suffer you to be oppressed with mental grief, but will perpetually exhilarate your countenance with a serene gracefulness. All this city likewise will reward you with the greatest honour for the favour which you have conferred on them. For it will denominate you its patron by public decree, and will ordain that a brazen statue of you shall be erected. To these words I answered, To you indeed, O most splendid and principal city of Thessaly, I shall be mindful that my gratitude may be equivalent to such honours. But let me persuade you to keep statues and images for those who are more worthy and more excellent than I am. Having spoken thus modestly, and for a little while smiling with a cheerful countenance, and pretending as much as possible to be joyful, I courteously bade the departing magistrates farewell. And behold, a certain servant running into the house said to me, Your mother Byrrhina requests you to take notice, that the hour of the banquet is approaching, at which you promised yesterday to be present. But I, trembling at these words, and abhorring her house even at a distance, said, Tell your mistress that I would most willingly comply with her request, if I could do so without violating my promise. For my host Milo, conjuring me by the most powerful divinity, who presides over this day, compelled me to promise that I would sup with him this evening, nor does he leave me, nor will he suffer me to depart from him. On this account I must defer supping with her to another time. While I was yet thus speaking to the servant, Milo, taking me firmly by the hand, brought me to the next bath, having previously ordered that the bathing utensils should be sent to us when we were there. But I, avoiding the eyes of all men, and declining the laughter of those I met, and of which I had been the artificer, walked covertly by his side. Nor did I remember how I washed or wiped myself, or how I again returned home. Such was the shame that I felt, and so much was I astounded on seeing myself pointed out by the eyes, the nods, and the fingers of all men. Lastly, having hastily taken a small supper with Milo, and excusing myself on account of a great pain in my head, occasioned by my continual weeping, and this excuse being readily granted, I betook myself to rest. End of Chapter 3, Part 1.
Chapter 3, Part 2 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 3, Part 2. Lying therefore sorrowful in my bed, I revolved in my mind all that had happened to me, till at length my Fotis, having put her mistress to bed, came to me very much unlike herself, for she did not bring with her a joyful face, nor mirthful speech, but came with a sorrowful aspect and wrinkled forehead. Lastly, having spoke doubtfully and timidly, she said, I, of my own accord, confess that I have been the cause to you of this molestation. And immediately she drew a whip from her bosom, and extending it to me, said, Revenge yourself, I beseech you, on a perfidious woman, or rather inflict on me some greater punishment. Nevertheless, do not, I entreat you, believe that I voluntarily occasioned you this anguish and sorrow. May the gods be more favourable to me than that you should suffer, on my account, the smallest anxiety. And if anything adverse is likely to befall you, may the whole of it be immediately washed away with my blood. And if anything adverse is likely to befall you, may the whole of it be immediately washed away with my blood. But that, which I was ordered to do, for the sake of another thing, has, through my evil destiny, been converted to your injury. Then I, being urged by my usual curiosity, and longing to have the latent cause of this deed unfolded, thus answered. That whip, the most iniquitous and audacious of all things, which you have destined to scourge yourself with, shall be destroyed, being broken into pieces by me, before it shall touch your most soft and milk-white skin. But tell me faithfully, I beseech you, what deed of yours the malignity of fortune converted to my destruction? For I swear by your head, which is most dear to me, that I would not believe any one who should assert that you have thought of anything baneful to me, nor would I give credit to it, though you yourself should affirm it. Moreover, uncertain or even adverse events cannot cause innoxious thoughts to become the subject of blame. When I had finished these words, I thirstily imbibed love from the eyes of my Fotis, which were moist and tremulous, faint with precipitate lust, and half open, through ardent and absorbing kisses. So she, being refreshed with joy, said, Suffer me, I beseech you, in the first place, carefully to shut the door of the bedchamber, lest I should commit a great crime, through the profane petulance of the words that may fall from me. And having thus said, she barred and firmly bolted the door, and thus, returning to me, and embracing my neck with both her hands, she said to me, in a low and very diminished tone of voice, I fear, and profoundly tremble, to disclose the hidden affairs of this house, and to reveal the arcane secrets of my mistress. But I anticipate better things of you and your erudition, who, independently of the superior dignity of your birth, and the sublimity of your genius, are initiated in many sacred mysteries, and consequently know the sacred faith of silence. Whatever, therefore, I shall commit to the penetralia of this religious breast of yours, I beseech you to preserve perpetually shut within its recesses, and to remunerate the simplicity of my narration by the tenacity of your taciturnity, for the power of love, by which I am bound to you, compels me to indicate those things to you, which, of all mortals, are known to me alone. Now you shall know all the state of our house, now you shall know the wonderful secrets of my mistress, to which the souls of the dead are obedient, and the elements are subservient, and by which the stars are disturbed, and the divinities are compelled. Nor does she ever employ the force of this art in a greater degree than when she has lustfully beheld a young man, of a graceful form, which is the thing that happens to her frequently. Now also she vehemently loves a certain Boeotian youth, who is beautiful in the extreme, and, in order to allure him, ardently employs all the power and machinations of her art. I heard her, yesterday, in the evening, I heard her, I say, with these my own ears, threaten the sun with nebulous obscurity and perpetual darkness, if he did not more rapidly set, and sooner give place to the night, so as to afford her an opportunity of exercising the enchantments of magic. Yesterday she accidentally beheld this youth sitting in a barber's shop, as she was returning from the bath, and ordered me secretly to take away his hairs, which then lay on the ground, and had been cut off by the scissors. These the barber found me diligently and furtively collecting, and because we were in other respects publicly infamous, through exercising the malefic discipline he took hold of, and severely reproved me. Will you not cease, O most infamous woman, he said, to steal the hairs of beautiful young men? Unless, however, you desist from this wickedness, I will take you, without delay, before the magistrates. And following his words by deeds, he explored with his hands, and drew out, enraged, from between my breasts, the hair which was there concealed. Being grievously affected by this deed, and considering with myself the manners of my mistress, who is accustomed to be excessively enraged, and to beat me most cruelly, when she is disappointed in a thing of this kind, I deliberated about making my escape, but on your account I immediately rejected that design. When, however, I departed from thence, sorrowful lest I should return with hands perfectly empty, I beheld a certain person shearing, with a pair of scissors, the skins of goats. And when I saw that these were properly bound together, were inflated, and stood of their own accord, I took a sufficient quantity of the hairs of them which were scattered on the ground, and were yellow, and therefore similar to those of the Boeotian youth. And these I delivered to my mistress, dissembling the truth. So at the beginning of the night, before you departed from supper, Pamphile, my mistress, being now beside herself, ascended into a gallery which was covered with narrow pieces of wood instead of tiles. This gallery, which she privately frequents, is situated in the higher part of the house, has an aperture exposed to the winds, and a prospect of the eastern and all the other climates of the world, especially adapted to these arts. And in the first place she adorned her deadly workshop with its usual apparatus, viz., with every kind of aromatics, with plates of metal engraved with unknown characters, with nails taken from shipwrecked vessels, and with the members of many lamented bodies exposed to the open air, and also of those that had been buried. Here were noses and fingers, there the nails by which culprits had been fixed to the cross, and to which portions of flesh adhered, and in another place the blood of those was preserved that had been slain, and mangled skulls snatched from the teeth of wild beasts. Then, having charmed the yet breathing fibres, she made a libation with different liquors, at one time with fontal water, at another with the milk of cows, and at another with mountain honey. She likewise made a libation with mead. After this she committed to the live coals to be burnt, with many aromatics, those plaited goat hairs. And then, with the unconquerable power of the magic discipline, and the occult force of the gods, who were compelled by incantations, those bodies, the hairs of which smoked with a crashing noise, were immediately changed into a human form, and became sentient, and heard and walked. Where also the scent of their spoils attracted them, Thither they came, and desiring to enter the house in the place of the young Boeotian, they knock at the gate. When lo, you, being intoxicated, and deceived by the darkness of the night, and bravely armed with a drawn sword, like insane Ajax, yet not lacerating whole herds as he did, who was hostile to live cattle, but far more bold, you deprived of life 3 inflated goat-skins, in order that your adversaries, being laid prostrate, without any stain of blood, I might now embrace you, not as a homicide, but as a slayer of bladders. And thus, through the facetious narration of Fotis, merrily jesting with each other, I said, Now therefore I may enumerate this as the first glory which my fortitude has obtained, and which is as it were one of the 12 labours of Hercules, so that my prowess in having slain 3 bladders may be considered as co-equal to the destruction of the tricorporal Geryon, or the 3-headed Cerberus. In order, however, that I may sincerely and willingly pardon you for the fault through which you involve me in such great anguish of mind, accomplish what I most ardently desire, and show me your mistress, when she attempts anything pertaining to this divine magic discipline, so that, when she invokes the gods, I may at least see her changed into another form, for I am most vehemently desirous of obtaining a nearer and more accurate knowledge of magic, though you yourself do not appear to me to be ignorant of, and unskilled in, things of this kind. For I know, and perfectly experience in myself, that you are not destitute of this knowledge, since you detain me, voluntarily bound and subjected to you, like a slave, as I have always despised maternal embraces. By those bright eyes of yours, and by your ruddy lips, splendid hair, open-mouthed kisses, and fragrant breasts. Lastly, I neither am anxious to return home, nor am I making any preparations for that purpose, nor is there anything which I prefer to this night. To this she replied, How much do I wish, O Lucius, to effect that which you desire, but my mistress, on account of the envy and malevolence of others, has always been accustomed to perform such arcana alone, remote from the sight of every one. I prefer, however, the gratification of your request to my own safety, and I will diligently accomplish what you wish, exploring for this purpose a fit opportunity. Do you only, as I at first admonished you, faithfully preserve in silence a thing of such great consequence. And now, sleep being infused into our eyes, which were enfeebled with wakefulness, detained us in bed till it was broad day. Having passed a few nights voluptuously after this manner, Fotis, on a certain day, ran to me, agitated and trembling exceedingly, and informed me that her mistress, because she had not hitherto made any proficiency in her amours, by other arts, would, on the following night, assume wings and be changed into a bird, and would, thus transformed, fly to the object of her love. I cautiously, therefore, prepared myself for the survey of a thing of such importance. And now, towards the beginning of the night, Fotis brought me, with doubtful and silent steps, to that lofty chamber, and ordered me to look through a certain chink of the door, that I might see what was transacted. And, in the first place, indeed, Pamphile divested herself of all her garments, and having opened a certain small chest, took from thence many boxes, from one of which, the covering being removed, she rubbed herself, for a long time, with an ointment contained in it, from the extremities of her feet to the crown of her head. When also, with the lamp in her hand, she had said much in a low voice, she shook her limbs with a tremulous agitation, and from these, lightly fluctuating, soft feathers extend themselves, and strong wings burst forth, the nose is hardened and incurvated, the nails are compressed and made crooked, and Pamphile becomes an owl. Being thus changed, and emitting a querulous sound, she made a trial of herself, and gradually leapt from the earth, and soon after, being raised on high, she flew out of doors, with all the force of her wings. Thus she, indeed, was voluntarily changed by her own magic arts. But I, who was not enchanted by any magic words, but only astounded at what was then transacted, seemed to be anything else rather than Lucius. Thus, being exterminated from intellect, and astonished, even to insanity, I was dreaming, though awake, so that, for a long time rubbing my eyes, I endeavoured to ascertain whether I was in a vigilant state. At length, therefore, returning to an animadversion of the present transactions, I took hold of the right hand of Fotis, and applying it to my eyes, I said, Suffer me, I beseech you, to reap the great and singular fruit of your love, while the occasion offers, and give me a little ointment from the same box. This, my sweetest, I entreat you to grant, by those eyes of mine, which are devoted to you, and thus, by conferring on me a benefit which can never be remunerated, bind me to you a perpetual slave, and now cause it to come to pass that I may stand near you, my Venus, a winged Cupid. Would you, said she, my paramour, act fraudulently by me, and compel me voluntarily to throw an axe at my legs? Shall I thus preserve my Lucius for the Thessalian virgins? Where shall I seek for him when he is changed into a bird? When shall I see him? May the celestial powers, I said, avert from me that crime, that I, who born on eagle's wings, should be able to fly through all heaven, and be the sure messenger of Jupiter, or the joyful bearer of thunder, should not, after I had obtained this dignity of wings, frequently fly to my nest. I swear to you, by that sweet little knot of your hair, with which you have bound my spirit, that I prefer no other female to my Fotis. This also occurs to my thoughts, that when once, being rubbed with that ointment, I am changed into a bird of that kind, i.e. into an owl, I ought to avoid all houses, for what a beautiful and agreeable lover will an owl be to matrons. Do we not also see that these nocturnal birds, when they have entered into any house, are solicitously caught and nailed to the doors, that, by their torments, they may expiate the calamity which they portend to the family by their inauspicious flight? But tell me, what I had almost forgot to inquire, what I must say or do, in order that I may return to this my form of Lucius, having divested myself of those wings. Be not solicitous, she said, about this, for my mistress has shown to me everything which can again change such forms into the human shape. You must not, however, think that she did this through any benevolence towards me, but in order that I might be able to afford her a salutary remedy when she returns home. Lastly, consider with what small and frivolous herbs a thing of such magnitude is effected, for a little of the herb dill, put into fountain water, with the leaves of the laurel, is given as a lotion, and also to drink. Having frequently asserted this, she went into the bedchamber with great trepidation, and took out a box from the chest, which I, having first embraced and kissed, and prayed that it would favour me with prosperous flights, hastily divested myself of all my garments, and having ardently put my hand into it, and taken from thence a sufficient quantity of the ointment, I rubbed with it the members of my body. And now, balancing my arms with alternate efforts, I longed to be changed into a similar bird. No plumes, however, nor any wings germinated, but my hairs became evidently thickened into bristles, my tender skin was hardened into a hide, and the extremity of my hands, all my fingers, having lost their number, coalesced into several hoofs, and a long tail proceeded from the extremity of my spine. My face was now enormous, my mouth was long, and my lips immoderate and pendant. Thus, also, my ears increased excessively, and were clothed with rough hairs. And while, destitute of all hope, I consider the whole of my body, I see that I am not a bird, but an ass, and complaining of the deed of Fotis, but being deprived both of the human gesture and voice, I silently expostulated with her, which was all I could do, with my underlip hanging down, and beheld her sternly and obliquely, yet with humid eyes. But she, as soon as she beheld me thus changed, struck her forehead with her indignant hands, and exclaimed, "Wretch that I am undone! Trepidation, and at the same time festination, have beguiled me, and the similarity of the boxes has deceived me. It is well, however, that a remedy for this transformation may be easily obtained, for, by only chewing roses, you will put off the form of an ass, and will immediately become again my Lucius. And I wish I had prepared for this evening, according to my custom, some garlands of roses, for then you would not have suffered the delay even of one night. But as soon as it is morning, a remedy shall hastily be procured for you." After this manner she lamented. But I, though I was a complete ass, and instead of Lucius a labouring beast, yet retained human sense. Lastly, I deliberated much, and for a long time with myself, whether I ought not to slay that most iniquitous and wicked woman, by frequently kicking and biting her. But better thoughts recalled me from the rash design, lest by punishing Fotis with death, I should again extinguish for myself salutary succour. Shaking, therefore, my dejected head, dissembling my temporary injury, and submitting to my most severe misfortune, I betake myself to that most excellent horse in the stable, on which I rode, where also I found another ass dwelling, who belonged to my late host Milo. And I thought that this my horse, if there is in dumb animals any secret and natural fidelity, would, being impelled by a certain knowledge and pity, afford me a lodging, and the rights of hospitality. But by Jupiter Hospitalis, and the secret divinity of faith, that excellent horse of mine, and the ass, moved their heads towards each other, and immediately consented to my destruction. For when they beheld me approaching to the manger, with my ears fallen, they furiously attacked me, with hostile heels, fearing for their food. And I am driven far away from that barley which, in the evening, I had placed, with my own hands, before that most grateful servant. Being thus treated, and expelled to a solitary place, I went to a corner of the stable. While I reflect with myself on the insolence of my companions, and meditate vengeance on my perfidious horse, when, on the following day, I should become Lucius again by the assistance of roses, I beheld a resemblance to the goddess Epona, placed in an excavation or niche, in the middle of a pillar, which, also having a middle situation, supported the beams of the stable. This image was carefully adorned with garlands of roses, which had been recently gathered. At length, therefore, recognizing my salutary aid, I boldly rise, precipitately borne along with hope, making all the exertion I could, with my 4 feet extended, and stretching out my neck, and very much advancing my lips, I most strenuously endeavoured to snatch the garlands. While, however, I was endeavouring to accomplish this, my boy, to whose care my horse had always been committed, suddenly beholding me, indignantly arose and said, "How long shall we endure this vile ass, who, a little before, was hostile to the food of the labouring beasts, and now attacks even the statues of the gods? But I will now cause this sacrilegious beast to be both weak and lame." And immediately searching for something with which he might strike me, he found a bundle of wood, accidentally lying there, and selecting from thence a leafy staff, larger than all the rest, he did not cease to beat me, unfortunate as I was, till being frightened by a loud knocking at the doors, and a great tumult, and by the trembling voices of the neighbours, exclaiming there were thieves, he betook himself to flight. And without delay, a band of robbers, having entered the house by violence, seized on every thing in it, and an armed multitude surrounded all the parts of the house. The robbers also, running everywhere, opposed themselves to those who flew to give assistance. All of them being furnished with swords and torches, illuminate the night, and the coruscations of swords resembled the light emitted by the rising sun. Then attacking a certain treasury, firmly closed with very strong bars, which was placed in the middle of the house, and was filled with a wealth of Milo, they broke it open with powerful axes. And from this, when completely opened, they took away all the riches, and divided them among themselves, having hastily tied the bundles into which the portions of the booty were made. The multitude of the bundles, however, surpassed the number of those that were to carry them. Then being brought to extreme poverty, through too great an abundance of wealth, they led forth us 2 asses, and my horse, from the stable, loaded us with the heaviest burdens they could, and expelled us with the blows of staves from the house which was now empty. Leaving also one of their companions behind as a spy, who might inform them when inquiry was made about the robbery, they led us rapidly, and at the same time frequently beating us, through the trackless paths of the mountains. And now I, through the weight of things of such magnitude, and through the difficulty of ascending to the summit of the mountain, and the length of the way, was not in any respect different from a dead body. It occurred to me, however, late indeed, but seriously, that I should fly to civil aid, and liberate myself from so many miseries, by invoking the venerable name of the Emperor. At length, it being now broad daylight, as we passed through a certain populous village, which was much frequented on account of fairs, I tried to invoke the august name of Caesar, in the midst of a crowd of Greeks, but I could only utter the letter O, clearly and strongly, and was not able to enunciate the name of Caesar. The robbers also, despising my dissonant clamour, and striking in all parts my miserable hide, left it at length, through laceration, not even fit for the purpose of a sieve. But at length Jupiter, whose providence extends to all things, procured for me unexpected safety. For while I passed by many small farms and large houses, I beheld a certain very pleasant little garden, in which, besides other delectable plants, there were virgin roses, wet with morning dew. Ardently desiring these, and brisk and joyful with the hope of safety, I came nearer to them. And while, with undulating lips, I longed to eat them, a far more salutary thought occurred to me, viz., that if I should again become Lucius, being divested of the asinine form, I should meet with certain destruction by the hands of the robbers, who would either suspect me of being skilled in the magic art, or would fear that I should betray them by my accusation. At that time, therefore, I necessarily abstained from roses, and enduring my present fortune, bit my bridle under the form of an ass. End of chapter 3, part 2. Chapter 4, part 1 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 4, Part 1. Nearly about midday, when the power of the sun causes everything to be hot, we turned into a certain village, to some old men who were known by, and familiar with, the robbers. For their first salutation, their long conference, and their mutual kisses, enabled me to perceive this, though I was an ass. For they presented them with gifts from the things which were on my back, and by whispers seemed to indicate that these gifts were obtained by plunder. And now, having lightened us of all our burden, they sent us into the nearest meadow, that we might there freely feed. Society and feeding, however, could not detain me with the ass, or with my horse, because I was as yet unaccustomed to eat hay. But as I was now perishing with hunger, I boldly entered into a little garden which I saw behind the stable, and filled my belly abundantly with pot herbs, though they were raw. Invoking likewise all the gods, I inspected every place, in order to see if by chance I could find in the neighbouring gardens some rose trees resplendent with a fiery redness. For the solitude of my situation now afforded me good hope, that if, being removed from the public road, and concealed by groves of trees, I should, by taking the remedy, be raised on my feet, I should then, unseen by any one, be again transformed into the human shape, from the prone step of a four-footed beast. Whilst, therefore, I was fluctuating in that sea of thought, I beheld, a little further, a valley shaded by a leafy grove, among the various plants and most pleasant verdure of which, the bright colour of red roses shone forth to the view. And now in my breast, which was not entirely brutal, I thought that the grove was sacred to Venus and the Graces, in whose shady recesses the royal splendour of that genial flower, the rose, was relucent. Then, having invoked joyful and prosperous event, I ran rapidly, so that by Hercules I myself thought that I was not an ass, but that, through excessive velocity, I was changed into a swift horse. That agility, however, and excellent endeavour of mine could not prevent the malignity of my fate. For when I was now nearer to this place, I no longer saw those fresh and delectable roses, wet with divine dew and nectar, which felicitous brambles and blessed thorns produce. Nor did I behold any valley, but only the margin of a river's bank, environed with thick-set trees. These trees had oblong leaves like the laurel, and produced extended and reddish cups, after the manner of a flower that has no scent, which, nevertheless, are fragrant, are called by the unlearned vulgar by a name not at all rustic, laurel roses, and when eaten are deadly to all cattle. Being entangled with such adverse fates, and rejecting even safety itself, I spontaneously longed to eat of those envenomed roses. But while I slowly approached in order to pluck them, a certain young man, who, as it appeared to me, was a gardener, perceiving the great loss he had sustained, by my having destroyed all his herbs, furiously ran to me with a great staff in his hand, and taking hold of me, inflicted on me so many blows, that I should have been in danger of losing my life, unless I had at length prudently given assistance to myself. For with my posterior parts elevated, I frequently kicked him with my hind feet, and having severely punished him, and laid him prostrate at the foot of the next mountain, I liberated myself by flight. Immediately, however, a certain woman, viz., the wife of the gardener, as soon as she beheld him from an eminence, prostrate and half dead, flew to him with lamentation and howling, in order that by her own commiseration she might be the occasion of my present destruction. For all the rustics, being excited by her lamentations, immediately called out their dogs, and everywhere incited them, that being driven by fury, they might rush upon and tear me in pieces. I therefore, being without doubt at that time near to death, when I saw that the dogs, who were congregated and exasperated against me, were large and numerous, and fit to fight with bears and lions, availing myself of the counsel suggested by the existing circumstance, put an end to my flight, and again, with rapid steps, returned to the stable from which I came. But the rustics having seized me, the dogs being with difficulty restrained, and bound me with a very strong thong of leather to the staple of a post, would, without doubt, have scourged me to death, if my belly, compressed by the pain of the blows, filled with those raw herbs, and disordered with a slippery flux, had not by ejecting dung as though through a tube, driven away some besprinkling them, and others by the fetid odour which was emitted from my now broken shoulders. And without delay, it being now nearly noon, the robbers again led us from the stable heavily laden, and especially me, whose burden was far greater than that of the rest. Now also, when a good part of the journey was finished, I being exhausted with the length of the way, oppressed with the weight of the burden, and fatigued with the blows of the staves, and likewise now being lame and staggering from the worn-out condition of my hoofs, as I was walking near a certain rivulet of gently flowing and winding water, I thought, having happily found an excellent opportunity, I would cunningly lie down with my legs bent under me, fully determined not to rise from thence, whatever blows might be inflicted on me, and being also prepared, not only to be beaten, but to die pierced with a sword. For I thought that being now perfectly exhausted and debil, I should be dismissed on account of bodily infirmity, or that the robbers would certainly divide the burden which I carried on my back between the two other beasts, partly through impatience of delay, and partly through a desire of accomplishing their destined flight, and that, instead of a deeper revenge, they would leave me a prey to wolves and vultures. My evil destiny, however, prevented the execution of so excellent a design. For the other ass, having divined and preconceived my intention, suddenly feigning lassitude, fell down with all that he carried, and lying as if he was dead, did not endeavour to rise, either by the blows of the staves, or by being pricked and raised in all parts by the tail, the ears, and the legs, till the robbers, being wearied with posthumous hope, and having conferred with each other, in order that their flight might not be retarded by attending so long on a dead, or rather stony ass, they divided his burthen between me and the horse, cut off his legs with a drawn sword, and drawing him, still breathing, a little out of the public road, threw him down a lofty precipice into a neighbouring valley. Then I, considering with myself the destiny of my unhappy companion, determined, laying aside guile and fraud, to prove myself to my masters to be a worthy ass. For I heard them saying to each other that we should soon stop, and that then the whole of our journey would be finished, in consequence of having arrived at the place of their abode. At length, having passed over a little hill of easy ascent, we arrived at the destined place, where all the bundles being untied, and brought into their habitation, as I was now liberated from my burden, I refreshed myself by rolling in the dust, instead of making use of a bath. Both the thing, however, and the occasion itself demand that I should here give a description of the places and the cavern in which the robbers dwelt. For thus I shall at the same time make trial of my own genius, and enable the reader to perceive clearly whether I was also an ass in understanding and sense. There was a dreadful mountain shaded by the trees of a forest, and lofty in the extreme. The oblique windings of this, in the part of which it was surrounded with the most rugged and therefore inaccessible rocks, were environed with valleys full of very deep receptacles of water, and everywhere thick set with thorns, which afforded a native defence. The streams of a fountain falling from the summit of the mountain spread themselves in large bubbles, and rolling through the declivities, poured forth water as bright as silver, and being now divided into many rivulets, and irrigating those valleys with stagnant floods, they enclosed the whole like a calm sea, or a sluggish river. Where the borders of the mountain end, a lofty tower rose over the cavern, fortified by a sheepcot consisting of strong hurdles, well adapted for the habitation of sheep, and having its sides every way extended. Before the door, small branches expanded themselves, so as to serve instead of a wall, and which you might certainly, on my authority, denominate the courtyard of robbers. Nor was it scarcely anything else than a small cottage, covered in a disorderly manner with reeds, in which spies, selected by lot from the band of robbers, as I afterwards found, watched by night. Into this place, where they had with difficulty penetrated, one after another, with their members compressed, on account of the narrowness of the entrance, I and my companion being secured by a strong bridle before the door, they thus spoke in anger to a certain old woman, who was bent with the weight of old age, and to whom alone the safety and protection of so many young men appeared to be committed. Do you, who are the last relics of the grave, the chief disgrace of life, and the only thing loathed by hell, thus idly sitting at home, sport with us, nor afford any solace to these our labours so great and so dangerous, by at least providing for us a supper, though late? You, who are accustomed to do nothing else by day and by night, than greedily ingurgitate wine in your insatiable stomach? The old woman, trembling and fearful, on hearing them thus speak, replied, But, O young men, my most puissant and faithful preservers, there is an abundance of pottage for you well boiled, with a pleasant flavour. There is also a great quantity of bread, wine plentiful poured into well purified bowls, and warm water prepared according to custom for your hasty bath. When she had thus spoken, they immediately undressed themselves, and being naked, refreshed by the heat of a great fire, sprinkled with water, and anointed with oil, they reclined before tables largely furnished with food. They were, however, scarcely seated, when behold a far greater number of other young men entered, whom you would immediately suppose to be similarly thieves, for they also brought with them plunder, viz. Gold and silver coin, vases, and silken garments interwoven with golden threads. These being refreshed by similar bathing, seated themselves on the beds of their companions, and some of them, being selected by lot, were ministrant to the rest. They eat and drink in a disorderly manner, and pottage and bread and bowls of wine were heaped in abundance on the tables. They play clamorously, they sing strenuously, and they jest contumeliously, and in everything else resemble the Theban Lapithae and the semi-brutal Centaurs. Then one among them, who surpassed the rest in strength, said, We indeed bravely broke open the house of Milo of Hypata, and besides so great an abundance of wealth, which we strenuously procured for ourselves, through our fortitude, we departed to our camps with all our band in safety, and have returned home with an increase of 8 feet. If this is to be at all considered as contributing to our gain, but you, who have robbed in the Boeotian cities, have brought back a debile number of your troop, having lost your most brave leader Lamachus, whose life I should deservedly prefer to all the spoil which you have brought home. His too great fortitude, however, was his destruction. But the memory of so great a man will be celebrated among that of illustrious kings, and the leaders of armies. As to you, who are frugal robbers, you exercise the scrutinizing art in small and servile thefts, timidly creeping through baths and the little houses of old women. To this one of the latter band replied, Are you alone ignorant that larger houses are much more easily plundered? For though large houses contain a great number of servants, yet each of these is more attentive to his own safety than to the wealth of his master. But men who lead a frugal and private life more sharply defend and guard their fortune, if small, at the hazard of their life, or if ample, preserve it cautiously concealed. And in the last place, the thing itself will verify what I have asserted. For we had scarcely arrived at Thebes, the city of 7 gates, when while we diligently inquire after the wealth of each of the citizens, which is the primary study of this our art, a certain usurer named Chryseros, who was master of a great sum of money, was not concealed from us, who through the fear of offices and public employments pretended with great art not to be opulent. Lastly, this man living alone, and remote from others, contented with a small well-fortified cottage, but beggarly in his apparel and sordid in his expenditure, sat brooding over his bags of gold. We agreed, therefore, first to break into his house, in order that, despising the resistance of only one hand, i.e. the hand of Chryseros, we might, without any difficulty, quietly obtain all his wealth. Without delay, therefore, as soon as it was night, we waited before his gate, as it did not appear to us to be prudent either to take it off the hinges, or remove it, or break it open, lest the noise of the folding doors should raise all the neighbourhood to our destruction. Then that magnanimous standard-bearer, our Lamachus, through confidence in his well-tried valour, gradually introducing his hand into that part of the gate which was perforated for the purpose of putting in the key, endeavoured to draw back the bolt. But Chryseros, the most iniquitous of all bipeds, having been for some time awake, and perceiving what was transacted, gradually crept to the door with a gentle step, and at the same time preserving a profound silence, and suddenly, with a most powerful effort, fastened the hand of our leader, with a great nail, to a plank of the door. Leaving him also thus fixed by a deadly bond, he ascended to the roof of the cottage, and from thence vociferating with a very loud voice, beseeching his neighbours, and calling them by their respective names, and admonishing them to regard their common safety, he exclaimed that his house was unexpectedly on fire. Thus every one, being terrified by the proximity of the impending danger, anxiously ran to procure assistance. Then we, being placed in the ambiguous peril either of falling into the hands of those who were alarmed by the cries of Chryseros, or of deserting our companion, devised, by his consent, the occasion requiring it, a strenuous remedy. For we cut off that part of the arm of our leader which joins the hand to the shoulder, by a blow inflicted through the middle articulation, and having left the arm there, we bound up his wound with many rags, lest the drops of blood should betray our steps, and hastily took with us what remained of Lamachus. And while, ignorant of the men in the place, we are urged by the great tumult, and terrified into flight by the instant danger, he, not being able either to follow us rapidly, or to remain where he was securely, the magnanimous and transcendently brave man, entreating us with many words and many prayers, exhorted us by the right hand of Mars, and by the faith of our oath, to liberate him, who was a good fellow soldier, both from torment and captivity. For how is it possible that a bold robber can survive his right hand, by which alone he is able to plunder and kill? He added, that he should be sufficiently happy to be willingly slain by the hand of one of his associates. And when he could not persuade any one of us to commit a voluntary parricide, he drew his sword with the hand that remained, and having for a long time kissed it, plunged it with a most powerful stroke through the middle of his breast. Then we, venerating the vigour of our magnanimous leader, diligently wrapped his mutilated dead body in a linen garment, and committed it to the sea to be concealed. And now our Lamachus lies buried in all that element, and he indeed terminated his life in a manner worthy of his virtues. Moreover, Alcimus could not withdraw himself from the sinister knot of fortune by his sagacious undertakings. For he, having broken open the cottage of an old woman, while she was asleep, when he had ascended into an upper bedchamber, and ought immediately to have slain her, by strangling her, was willing first to throw to us everything out of a loftier window, in order that we might take it away. And when he had now strenuously thrown out all her goods, and was not willing to spare even the bed of the sleeping old woman, having rolled her out of it, he prepared, in like manner, to throw out the counterpane which covered her. But the most iniquitous woman, falling at his knees, deprecated him as follows: Why, O my son, I beseech you, do you give the poor and lacerated furniture of a miserable old woman to my opulent neighbours, to whose houses this window extends? Alcimus, being deceived by the crafty cunning of these words, and believing that what she said was true, fearing lest what he had thrown out before, and what he might throw out afterwards, should, through his mistake, not fall into the hands of his associates, but into other houses, thrust his body out of the window, in order that he might sagaciously survey every thing, and particularly the contiguous houses, of which the old woman had spoken. While, however, he was attempting this, strenuously indeed, but without sufficient caution, that most wicked old woman, while yet he was inclining downwards and pendulous, and perfectly astounded with the survey, threw him out headlong, with an impulse which, though feeble, was nevertheless sudden and unexpected. But he, falling not only from a great height, but also on a prodigiously great stone, which happened to lie near the house, separated and burst the articulation of his ribs, and vomiting rivers of blood, escaped from life without being long tormented, having first narrated to us what had been transacted. Him we also buried in a manner similar to the funeral of our former leader, and gave him as a good companion to Lamachus. Then, suffering the wound of a double loss, and rejecting our Theban enterprise, we went to the next city, which is Plataea. There we found a certain man of great fame, whose name was Demochares, about to exhibit the spectacle of gladiators. For this man, being of most noble birth, and excelling in wealth and liberality, procured pleasures for the public with a splendour worthy of his fortune. Where is the man whose genius is so great, or whose eloquence is so powerful, as to be able to explain, in appropriate words, the several species of the manifold apparatus? Here were gladiators famous for the dexterity of their hand, there hunters of well-tried celerity, and in another place criminals preparing for their banquets with insane tranquillity, food to fatten wild beasts. There were stages consisting of beams fixed in each other, towers formed from the junction of planks, after the manner of a circumforaneous house, in which were elegant pictures, and which were the beautiful receptacles of the hunting which was to be exhibited in the circus. And besides this, who can enumerate the multitude and the different kinds of wild beasts? For with the greatest diligence he had been careful to procure from abroad those noble sepulchres of condemned heads. But besides the other apparatus of so beautiful a spectacle, he had procured in some way or other, with all the wealth of his patrimony, a great number of very large bears. For besides those which he had captured by hunting, and besides those which he had bought for a great price, he also solicitously nourished others with sumptuous care, which his friends, contending with each other in kindness, had sent him as gifts. This apparatus, however, of the public pleasure, so illustrious and so splendid, could not escape the noxious eyes of envy. For these bears, being unwearied with their long captivity, and at the same time macerated with the burning heat of summer, and being also morbid from long indolence, were seized with a sudden pestilence, and reduced to a very inconsiderable number. Hence you might everywhere see lying in the streets ferine shipwrecks of half-animated bodies. Then the ignoble vulgar, whom rude poverty compelled to seek for sordid succour to their emaciated belly and gratuitous food, began to run to the meat which was scattered everywhere. Finding this to be the case, I and this Babulus thought of the following subtle stratagem. We brought to our lodging a bear which surpassed the rest in fatness of body, as if we intended to prepare it for food, and having perfectly stripped the skin from the flesh, and carefully preserved all his nails, the head of the beast being also left entire, as far as to the confine of the neck, we attenuate the whole hide by diligently scraping it, and sprinkling it with ashes reduced to a fine powder, expose it to the sun to be dried, and while it is purified by the heat of that celestial fire, we, in the meantime, being powerfully fattened with the muscular flesh of the bear, made those of the troop that were present take the following oath, viz., that one of our number who excelled the rest, not so much in strength of body as in fortitude, and who especially should undertake this voluntarily, should assume the form of a bear, being covered with that skin, and that also, being brought into the house of Demochares, he should afford to us an easy entrance through the gate, in the opportune silence of the night. This crafty transformation encouraged many of our most valiant associates to engage in the undertaking, and Thrasyleon, being elected by the suffrages of the band in preference to the rest, adventured the peril of that doubtful machine, the hide of the bear. And now, with a serene countenance, he concealed himself in the hide, which was now pliable and tractable through its softness. Then we sewed up the extreme parts with a fine seam, and covering the opening of it, though very narrow, with a multitude of surrounding hairs. We also put the head of Thrasyleon into the skin, near the throat, in which the neck of the beast had been cut off, and having left small holes about the nostrils and eyes, for the purpose of respiration, we enclosed our most brave associate, who was now entirely made a brute, in a cage which we had bought for a small sum of money, into which he hastily crept with constant vigour of mind. Thus, the first principles of the fallacy being begun, we proceeded as follows to the rest. Having obtained by inquiry the name of one Nicanor, who derived his origin from a Thracian race, and between whom and Demochares there was the greatest friendship, we counterfeited a letter, in which that excellent friend was made to say that he had dedicated the first fruits of his hunting to Demochares as an ornamental gift. And now, the evening being far advanced, trusting to the assistance of darkness, we presented to Demochares the cage in which Thrasyleon was enclosed, together with that forged epistle. But he, admiring the magnitude of the beast, and being delighted with the opportune liberality of his friend, ordered that 10 pieces of golden coin should be immediately told out, from the little coffers which he had with him, to us who had brought him so acceptable a present. Then, as novelty is accustomed to excite the minds of men to sudden spectacles, many ran together to the brute, admiring its size, whose more curious inspection our Thrasyleon restrained in a sufficiently crafty manner, by advancing towards them in a threatening attitude, and the citizens, with one according voice, proclaimed Demochares completely happy and blessed, who, after so great a destruction of wild beasts, had been able to resist, in some way or other, the attacks of ill fortune by a new supply. He ordered, therefore, that the beast should be immediately taken to his newly fallowed land, and that he should be brought back from thence, when it was requisite, with the greatest care. To this, however, I subjoined, Be careful, sir, that you do not suffer this animal, who is fatigued with the heat of the sun and the length of the way, to be mingled with a crowd of many wild beasts, and which I hear are not well, but rather provide some place of your house for him, which is open and exposed to the wind, or rather which borders on some lake and is cool. Do you not know that animals of this kind always couch in shady groves and humid caves, and on pleasant hills and near gelid fountains? Demochares, being alarmed by these admonitions, and considering with himself how many wild beasts he had already lost, assented, without hesitation, to what I said, and readily permitted us to put the cage wherever we pleased. But I said, we also are ready to watch by night, in this very place before the cage, in order that we may more accurately administer meat to the beast seasonably, and give him his accustomed drink, as he is fatigued from the inconvenience of the heat, and the trouble he has suffered in being brought hither. To this Demochares answered, we are not in want of your labour, for now nearly all my servants are, from long custom, skilled in feeding bears. After this, having bade him farewell, we departed, and going out of the gate of the city, we beheld a certain monument, raised at a considerable distance from the public road, in a solitary and secret place. There we opened certain coffins, which, through rottenness and age, were only half covered, and which contained dead bodies, that were now nothing but dust and ashes, as the receptacles of our future spoil. And having, according to the rules of our art, observed the time of the night in which the moon does not shine, and in which sleep powerfully invades and oppresses the hearts of mortals with its first impetus, we stopped, with our band armed with swords, before the doors themselves of Demochares, as if we had come, according to agreement, to plunder his house. Nor did Thrasyleon less accurately creep out of his cage, availing himself of that time of the night which is adapted to theft, and immediately slew, with a sword, all the guards that were sleeping near him, and directly after the porter himself. Taking the key also, he opened the folding doors of the gate, and to us, who promptly ran and were received into the interior parts of the house, he pointed out a treasury, where, in the evening, he had cunningly seen many silver vessels deposited. This being immediately broken open, through the force of our compact cohort, I ordered each of my associates to take as much gold and silver as he could, quickly conceal it in those habitations of the most faithful dead, and returning with speedy steps, reiterate his burdens. For I said that I alone would remain before the doors of the house, attentively observing everything that occurred, till they returned, as this would contribute to our common good. For it appeared to me that the form of a bear, running through the middle of the house, was adapted to terrify any of the servants who might happen to be awake. For who, however brave and intrepid he might be, would not, on beholding the stupendous form of so great a beast, especially in the night, immediately betake himself to flight, and keep himself, terrified and trembling, in his bolted chamber? End of chapter 4, part 1.
Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee J. Seipel. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 4, Part 2. Sinister events, however, opposed all these plans, which were prepared with salutary counsel. For while we were anxiously awaiting for the return of our companions, a certain menial boy, being disturbed, so the gods ordained, by the noise, crept gently forward, and seeing the bear running without restraint through the whole house, he observed the greatest possible silence, returned from whence he came, and told everyone, as far as he was able, what he had seen in the house. And without delay, the whole house was filled with a numerous assemblage of servants. The darkness of the night was illuminated with torches, lamps, wax and tallow candles, and other instruments of nocturnal light. Nor did anyone among so great a multitude come without arms, but all of them being furnished with clubs, spears, and drawn swords, occupy and defend the entrance of the house. They also excited those hunting dogs that have long ears and rough hairs, to repress the beast. Then I, the crowd of servants still increasing, left the house with a retrograde flight,
But, concealing myself behind the gate, I beheld Thrasyllon wonderfully resisting the dogs. For though he was arrived at the last goal of life, yet, not being forgetful either of himself or of us, or his pristine fortitude, he struggled against the gaping jaws themselves of Cerberus. Lastly, reclaiming with spirit the scenic person which he had voluntarily assumed, at one time flying and at another resisting, with the various figures and gestures of his body, he at length escaped from the house. Yet, though he had gained his liberty abroad, he was not able to procure his safety by flight. For all the dogs of the next street, who were sufficiently fierce and sufficiently numerous, mingled themselves in the troop of those hunting dogs, which, at the same time, came out of the house, and pursued him in a similar manner. I then beheld a miserable and deadly spectacle, our Thrasyllon surrounded and besieged by troops of dogs, cruelly attacking and lacerating him with numerous bites. Lastly, not enduring to see him suffer such great pain, I mingled myself with the surrounding crowd of people, and thus dissuaded the instigators of the dogs, this being the only thing in which I could give secret assistance to my excellent associate. "O great and extreme wickedness," I said, "we are destroying a large and very precious beast." My artful address, however, to the crowd was of no advantage to the most unhappy youth, for a certain tall and robust man, running out of the house, instantly thrust a spear through the middle of the viscera of the bear, and the like was also done by another person. And behold, many having shaken off fear, contended with each other and drawing near to, and piercing him with their swords. But Thrasyllon, the illustrious ornament of our band, having at length that spirit of his which was worthy of immortality vanquished, but not his patience, did not violate the faith of his oath by any vociferation or howling, but being now lacerated by the bites of the dogs, cut in pieces by the sword, and imitating with all his might the bellowing of a wild beast, enduring also with a generous vigor his present calamity, reserved for himself glory, and rendered back his life to fate. Nevertheless, he had struck that crowd with such great terror and fear that till dawn, and even when it was broad daylight, no one dared to touch the beast, even with his finger, though he was prostrate on the ground. At length, however, a certain butcher, who was a little bolder than the rest, having slowly and timidly cut open the belly of the beast, stripped the magnificent robber of the bear's hide by which he had been concealed. Thus Thrasyllon also perished for us, but has not perished so far as pertains to renown. We therefore, having immediately collected those bundles which the faithful dead had preserved for us, and quitting, with rapid step, the boundaries of Plataea, frequently considered with ourselves that no fidelity was to be found in life, because faith, hating our perfidy, had descended to the region of departed spirits and the dead. Thus all of us, being fatigued with the weight of our bundles, and the roughness of the way through which we travelled, and also having lost 3 of our associates, we have brought these spoils which you see. After he had thus ended his speech, they poured out wine from golden bowls to the memory of their dead associates. And afterwards, having soothed the god Mars by certain hymns, they slept for a short time. But that old woman distributed to us fresh barley in abundance, and without measure, so that my horse, indeed, having obtained such a great plenty, and enjoying it alone, might think that he was received at a pontifical banquet. I, however, though at other times, while I was a man, I had also eaten barley, gradually broken, diminished by the long-continued section, and boiled in broth, having explored a corner in which the remainder of the bread, belonging to the whole band, had been heaped together, strenuously exercised my jaws, which had been injured by long fasting, and now began to be covered with the webs of spiders. And behold, when the night was far advanced, the robbers, being roused from their sleep, removed their camp, and being variously equipped, so that one part of them was armed with swords, but another was transformed into nightly ghosts, they left their abode in hasty steps. Nevertheless, not even impending sleep could prevent me from eating incessantly and greedily. And though before, when I was Lucius, I could depart from the table, contented with 1 or 2 loaves, yet then indulging my belly, which was so capacious, I had now nearly eaten the 3rd canister of bread. The bright light of day found me intent on this employment. At length, however, being impelled by asinine shame, but reluctantly departing from thence, I assuaged my thirst in a neighbouring rivulet. Not long after this, the robbers returned, very anxious and solicitous, bringing with them no bundle whatever, nor even a mean garment, but armed alone with swords. They brought with all their hands and all their forces of the band a virgin of a beautiful form, and, as the magnificence of her habit indicated, one of the first rank of that country. The virgin was, by Hercules, an object of desire even to such an ass as I was. But she was brought in by them, lamenting and tearing her hair, together with her garment. As soon as they had entered into the cavern, they thus addressed her in words intended to mitigate her grief. As you are in perfect security, both with respect to your life and your modesty, give a truce to your sorrow for a few days, for the sake of our gain, the necessity of our poverty compelling us to adopt this mode of life. But your parents, though they are very avaricious, will nevertheless, without delay, give, out of the great wealth which they have accumulated, a sum of money adequate to the redemption of their daughter. By these and similar babblings, the grief of the virgin was by no means appeased, for she wept immoderately, with her head placed between her knees. They, however, called to the old woman within the cavern, and ordered her to sit with the virgin, and console her as much as possible with bland conversation, and then they betook themselves to their accustomed employment. But the virgin could not be recalled from her tears, which she had begun to shed, by any words which the old woman employed, but, deploring more profoundly her condition and agitation which she suffered from her continual sobbing, made me also weep, and she thus lamented: "Is it possible that I, miserable creature, can either cease to weep or consent to live when deprived of such a house, of so many attendants, of such dear little slaves, and of such venerable parents? Since I am now become the prey of unhappy rapine, and made a slave, servilely enclosed in this stony prison, and prevented from the enjoyment of all those delicacies in which I was born and nurtured, I am placed in doubt of my life, and in fear of the torments of executioners, being thus in the power of so many and such outrageous robbers, and of a horrid band of gladiators." The virgin, having thus lamented, and being debilitated with mental grief, the tension of her throat, the fatigue of her body, she dismissed her marked eyes to sleep. She had scarcely, however, closed her eyes, when, shaking off sleep, after the manner of those who are furiously agitated by the nymphs, she began to afflict herself much more grievously, and also to beat her breast with her cruel hands, and to strike her beautiful face. Profoundly sighing also, she thus replied to the old woman, who earnestly inquired what were the causes of her new and restored sorrow: "Now, alas, I am utterly undone. Now I have renounced salutiferous hope. A halter or a sword, or certainly a precipice, must doubtly be embraced by me." On hearing this, the old woman became somewhat more incensed, ordered her with severe countenance to tell her the cause of her sorrow, or why, having been asleep, she thus suddenly renewed her immoderate lamentations. "Do you design," she said, "to defraud my young men of the great sum of money which they will obtain for your redemption? But if you persist any further in indulging this immoderate grief, despising those tears of which robbers make no account, I will cause you to be burnt alive." The virgin, being terrified by these words, kissed the hand of the old woman, and said: "Spare me, my parent, and being mindful of human piety, afford some little aid to my most afflictive condition. For I do not think that commiseration is entirely extinguished in you, who are venerably hoary through more extended age. In the last place, therefore, survey the scene of my calamity. A beautiful youth, of first rank among his fellow citizens, whom the whole city publicly elected for its son, and who, besides this, was my cousin, surpassing me by 3 years only in age, who was nourished and educated with me from infancy, inseparably dwelt with me in the same house, and partook of the same bedchamber and bed, was affianced to me by mutual affection of holy love, and who some time since had been destined by nuptial vows to the marriage compact, and was registered as wedded by the consent of our parents. This youth had immolated victims in the temples and sacred edifices, accompanied by a great multitude of relatives and neighbors. The whole house was covered with laurel, was luminous with torches, and resounded with the nuptial song. Then my unhappy mother, supporting me in her bosom, gracefully decorated me with nuptial ornaments, and frequently giving me sweet kisses, extended with anxious wishes her future hope of offspring, when on a sudden robbers armed like gladiators, rushing in with great violence, raging as in war, and shining with drawn and threatening sword, did not bring with them the hand of slaughter or rapine, but immediately invaded our bedchamber in a condensed and conglobed band, and without any reluctance, or even the smallest resistance on the part of our servants, they tore me away, miserable creature, lifeless with dire dread, from the bosom of my trembling mother. Thus our nuptials were disturbed and dissolved, like those of Pirithous, the daughter of Anthrax. But behold, now also my misfortune is renewed, or rather is increased, by a most inauspicious dream. For I seem to myself to be violently expelled from my home, from my bedchamber, and lastly from the bed itself, and hurried through inaccessible deserts, to call on the name of my most unfortunate husband. He, however, as soon as he was deprived of my embraces, even then being perfumed with ointments and adorned with wreaths of flowers, followed my footsteps, while I fled with foreign feet. And while he loudly implored the assistance of the people, lamenting the rape of his beautiful wife, one of the robbers, being moved in indignation through his importunate pursuit, slew the unhappy youth, my husband, by striking him with a great stone which he found lying before his feet. But I, being terrified by the atrocity of the spectacle, am tremblingly roused from the deadly dream. Then the old woman, receiving her lamentations with a sigh, thus began: Be of good courage, my mistress, and do not terrify yourself with the vain fictions of dreams. For not to mention that the images of diurnal sleep are said to be false, nocturnal visions sometimes signify events contrary to what they represent. Lastly, to weep, to be beat, and sometimes also to be slain in dreams, announces a lucrative or prosperous event, while on the contrary, to laugh, to fill one's belly with delicious food, or to be dissolved in venereal pleasure, predicts affliction from sorrow, bodily disease, or other evils. I, however, will recall you from your grief by pleasant narrations and old woman's fables. In a certain city lived a king and queen who had 3 daughters of conspicuous beauty. Of these, the 2 elder, though of the most agreeable form, were not thought too lovely to be celebrated by the praises of mankind. But the beauty of the younger sister was so great and illustrious that it could neither be expressed nor sufficiently praised by the poverty of human speech. At length, a multitude of citizens and abundance of strangers, whom the rumor of the exalted spectacle had collected together, full of ardent zeal, stupid with admiration of her inaccessible beauty, and moving their right hands to their mouths, while their forefinger was placed on their erect thumb, venerated her with religious adorations, as if she had been the goddess Venus herself. And now fame had pervaded the neighboring cities and contiguous regions, and had reported that the goddess whom the azure profundity of the deep brought forth, and the dew of the foamy billows nourished, now everywhere exhibiting her divinity, was conversant with the midst of the people, or certainly that once more, from a new bosom of the celestial stars, not the sea, but the earth, had produced another Venus. Endued with virgin-like flower, thus opinion increased immensely every day. Thus extended fame wandered over the neighboring islands, a great part of the continent, and the multitude of provinces. Now many mortals, by long journey on land, or over the deep passages of the sea, came to behold the glorious specimen of the age. No one sailed to Paphos, no one to Cnidus, or even to Cythera, for the spectacle of the goddess Venus. The sacred concerns of the goddess were abandoned. Her temples were deformed, her ceremonies neglected, her images uncrowned, and her desolate altars defiled with frigid ashes, while a girl was supplicated in her stead, and the divinity of so great a goddess was appeased in the human countenance, and the name of the absent Venus was propitiated in the morning progressions, victims, and banquets of the Virgin. And now the people frequently assembling in the streets, and throwing flowers intertwined with garlands, or loosely scattering them, prayed to her divinity. This immoderate translation of celestial honors to the worship of a mortal virgin inflamed the vehement mind of true Venus, so that, impatient with indignation, and raging high in her agitated head, she thus discoursed with herself: Behold the ancient parent of the nature of things. Lo, the first origin of the elements. Behold the bountiful Venus of the whole universe, the honor of whose majesty is divided with a mortal girl, and whose name, raised to the heavens, is profaned by sordid terrestrials. Indeed, by sharing in common the expiations which are offered to divinity, I sustain an uncertain part of deputed veneration, and a girl of noxious morality bears about my celestial image. It is in vain that the shepherd, Paris, whose justice and faith the mighty Jupiter approved, preferred me to such great goddesses, on account of my illustrious form. But she who thus rejoices, whosoever she be, shall not usurp my honors, for I will cause her to repent of her illicit beauty, and immediately she calls her son, that winged and sufficiently rash youth, who, with his depraved manners, contemning public discipline, armed with flames and arrows, running through other men's houses by night, and corrupting the matrimony of all, commits such mighty wickedness with impunity, and effects nothing useful and good. Him, though haughty by genuine license, she stimulates by her words. She brings him to the city, and openly shows him Psyche, for this was the name of the girl, and having told him the whole tale concerning the emulation of her beauty, groaning and raging with indignation, I beseech thee, says she, by the leagues of maternal love, by the sweet wounds of thine arrow, by the mellifluous burnings of that flame, to afford thy parent full revenge through your reverence of me, and severely punish that rebellious beauty. Above all, willingly effect this one thing, that the Virgin may be detained by most ardent love of the lowest of mankind, whom fortune has deprived of his dignity, patrimony, and safety, and so infirm that he may not find his equal in misery throughout the world. Having thus spoke, and for a long time, and closely embraced her son with ardent kisses, she sought the neighboring margin of their affluent shore, and with rosy feet trod on the topmost dew of the vibrating waves. Behold, now the water of the profound sea was appeased from its vertex, and the marine train, which she just began to wish, appeared without delay, as if she had previously commanded its attendance. The daughters of Nereus were present, singing choruses, and Portunus, rough with his cerulean beard, and Cilicia, heavy with her fishy bosom, small Polemon, the charioteer of the dolphin, the company of the Tritons, everywhere furrowing the sea, and while this softly blows his sounding shell, that, with a silken covering, resists the unfriendly ardor of the sun, another carries a mirror before the eyes of his mistress, the others swim under the two-yoked car. Such was the train which attended Venus, proceeding to the ocean. In the meantime, Psyche perceived no advantage to herself from her admirable beauty. She was seen by all and praised by all, yet no one, neither kings nor nobles, nor any of the common people, approached as a suitor for her possession in marriage. They admired, indeed, her divine form, but they all admired it as an image artificially polished. Some time prior to this, her two sisters, whose moderate beauty had not been celebrated by mankind, having been married to suitor kings, now obtained happy nuptials. But the virgin Psyche, sitting desolate at home, lamented her deserted solitude, sick in her body and wounded in her soul, and though pleasing to all nations, she hates the beauty in herself. But the most miserable father of the most unfortunate daughter, suspecting the celestial hatred, and fearing the wrath of the gods, questioned the most ancient oracle of the Milesian god, and sought so great a divinity by prayers and victims, nuptials and a husband for the sorrowful virgin. Apollo, therefore, though a Grecian and Ionian, on account of the builders of Mylaea, gave the following oracle in Latin verse. On some high mountain's craggy summit place, the virgin, decked for deadly nuptial rites, nor hope a son-in-law of mortal race, but a dire mischief, viperous and fierce, who flies through ether, and with fire and sword tires and debilitates whate'er exists. Terrific to the powers that reign on high, e'en mighty Jove the winged destroyer dreads, and streams and Stygian shades abhor the pest. The king, whose days till then had been crowned with felicity, on hearing this sacred oracle, returned slowly home, oppressed with sorrow, and disclosed to his wife the mandates of the unpropitious fate. Many days were passed on this occasion in grief, weeping, and lamenting, but the cruel injunctions of the dire oracle now required to be accomplished. Now preparations were made for the deadly nuptials of the most miserable virgin. Now the nuptial was changed into a funeral torch, and the sound of the Zaean, or conjugal, pipe into the querulous Lydian measure. The joyful hymnal song closed with mournful howling, and the wretched bride wiped away her tears with her own nuptial veil. The whole city likewise lamented the sad destiny of the royal house, and public mourning was immediately proclaimed on the occasion. The necessity, however, of complying with the celestial mandates importunately urged the miserable Psyche to her destined punishment. The solemnities, therefore, of the mournful marriage being accomplished with extreme sorrow, the living funeral takes place, followed by all the people, and the weeping Psyche attends not her nuptials, but her obsequies. However, while her sorrowful parents, who were overwhelmed with such a mighty evil, endeavored to delay the execution of the nefarious sentence, she herself exhorted them to a compliance in the following words. Why do you torture your unhappy old age with long-continued weeping? Why do you waste your spirits, which indeed are more mine than yours, with such frequent groans? Why do you deform your countenances, which in my sight are so venerable, with unavailing tears? Why do you lacerate my eyes in your own? Why do you thus tear your hoary hairs? Why thus beat your venerable breasts? These must be rewards which you are to receive of my surpassing beauty, the truth of which, having suffered a deadly blow from villainous envy, you too late perceived. Alas! Then should you have wept and lamented, then bewailed me as one lost, when the people of the nations celebrated me with divine honors, and when with one voice they called me a new Venus. I now perceive, I now clearly see, that I perish through the name of Venus alone. Lead me away, and place me on the rock to which I am destined by the oracle. I am in haste to accomplish these happy nuptials. I am in haste to see my noble husband. Why do I delay? Why do I avoid his approach, who is born for the destruction of the whole world? The virgin, having thus spoke, was silent, and with undaunted steps mingled herself with the splendid procession of people that followed her. They advanced to the destined rock of a lofty mountain, on the summit of which, having left the royal maid alone, with the nuptial torches extinguished by their tears, they returned home, with dejected heads and desponding hearts, and her miserable parents, indeed, sinking under the weight of such a mighty calamity, shut up the gates of their palace, hid themselves in darkness, and abandoned themselves to perpetual night. But the mild gales of the gently blowing zephyr gradually raised Psyche, as she stood trembling and weeping on the summit of the rock. Her garments, through the tranquil breath of God, orbicularly expanding and bearing her through the hollows of the valley. At the bottom of the mountain softly reclined her on the bosom of a flowery turf. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by Lee J. Seipel.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Garvin. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 5, Part 1. Psyche, therefore, agreeably reclining in the flowery valley, on a bed of dewy grass, the mighty perturbation of her mind being appeased, enjoyed delightful repose. And, being now sufficiently refreshed with sleep, she rose with a more composed mind, and saw a grove, thick planted with vast and lofty trees, and a fountain in the middle of the grove, gently falling with glassy water. Near the lapse of the fountain there was a royal house, which was not raised by human, but by divine hands and art. You might know, from the very entrance of the palace, that you beheld the splendid and pleasant residence of a god. For the lofty ceilings, which were curiously arched with citron wood and ivory, were supported by golden pillars, and all the walls were ornamented, in every part, with silver carving, beasts of various kinds presenting themselves to the view, in the vestibule of the palace. Wonderful was the man, indeed, and endued with prodigious skill, or rather it was some demigod or god, who fashioned the silver carving with such exquisite subtlety of art. But the very pavement itself consisted of small shells, admirably decorated with pictures of various kinds. Blessed, thrice blessed, are those who tread on gems and bracelets. The other parts, too, of this wide extended and regularly disposed palace were precious, beyond all price, and the walls being everywhere strengthened with bars of gold, were so refulgent with their own splendour, that, even in the absence of the sun, they made for the palace a day of its own, so bright were the bedchambers, the porches, and the folding doors. The furniture too was answerable to the majesty of this abode, so that it might very properly be considered as a celestial palace, built by mighty Jupiter, for his correspondence with mankind. Psyche, invited by the delightful aspect of the place, approached to it, and assuming a little more confidence, entered within the threshold of the place. Presently after, being allured by the charms of the beautiful vision, everything she surveyed filled her with admiration, and in the more elevated part of the house she beheld a magnificent repository, in which immense riches were contained. Indeed, there is not anything in this universe with which this place is not replete. But amidst the admiration which such prodigious wealth excited, this was particularly wonderful, that this treasury of the whole world was not secured by any bars, or doors, or guards. Here, while the eyes of Psyche were ravished with delight, a voice, denuded of its body, thus addressed her. "And why, my mistress," it said, "are you astonished at such vast riches? All these are yours. Betake yourself, therefore, to your bedchamber, and refresh your wearied limbs on the bed, and when you think proper, repair to the bath, for we, whose voices you now hear, are your servants, who will diligently administer to all your commands, and while we wait on your person, prepare royal banquets for your repast." Psyche perceived the goodness of divine providence, and complying with the admonitions of the incorporeal voices, first refreshed herself with sleep, and afterwards with the bath. Immediately too, perceiving in an adjacent semicircular building, near an elevated seat, every apparatus requisite for supper, she willingly reclined herself, considering this place as accommodated to her refreshment, and instantly nectareous wines, and numerous dishes of various kinds of food, were served in, without any visible attendance, by the mere impulse of a certain spirit. Psyche, at the same time, perceiving no one, but alone hearing certain words, and having voices alone for her servants. After the table was furnished with this splendid banquet, a certain person entered, and sang, without being seen. At the same time an invisible musician played on the harp, and last of all, her ears were ravished with a full chorus from an invisible band. After these pleasures were finished, the evening now persuading to repose, Psyche retired to her bed, and when the night was far advanced, a certain gentle sound approached her ears. Then, fearing for her virginity, on account of the profound solitude of the place, she trembles, and is filled with horror, and dreads that of which she is ignorant beyond any calamity. And now her unknown husband approached, ascended the bed, made her his wife, and hastily left her before the rising of the morning light. Immediately the attendant voices, who were the ministers of the bedchamber, took care of everything necessary on the occasion. This course was continued for a long time. The novelty, by its constant repetition, as it was natural it should, became at last delightful, and the sound of the uncertain voices was the solace of her solitude. In the meantime, the parents of Psyche grew old in unwearied sorrow and lamentation, and the report of her destiny becoming more widely extended, her elder sisters came to know all the particulars respecting it, and immediately, being overwhelmed with sorrow, hastened to the presence of their afflicted parents. On that very night, the husband of Psyche thus addressed her, for the hands and the ears were the only media of their present communication. Most charming Psyche and dear wife, more cruel fortune now threatens thee with a deadly danger, which, I think, ought to be guarded against with the utmost attention. For now your sisters, who are disturbed through the belief of your death, in consequence of endeavouring to discover the place of your abode, will soon arrive at the rock on which you were lately exposed. If you should chance to hear any of their lamentations, neither make them any reply, nor even turn your eyes towards them, for by doing otherwise you will be the cause of the greatest grief to me, and of extreme destruction to yourself. Psyche assented, and promised that she would act agreeably to her husband's desire. But as soon as he, together with the knight, were fled, the most miserable Psyche consumed the whole day in tears and lamentations, exclaiming that she was now entirely lost, since, securely confined in a blessed prison, she was deprived of human conversation, and not permitted to give salutary assistance to her sorrowing sisters, nor even so much as to see them. Neither refreshing herself, therefore, with the bath, nor with food, but weeping abundantly, she retired to rest. But her husband, coming more early than usual, and embracing her weeping, thus expostulated with her: "Is this, my Psyche, what you promised me? What can I, your husband, now expect from you? What can I now hope for, since neither by day nor by night, nor even in the midst of our conjugal embraces, you cease to be tormented with grief? But come, act now as you please, and comply with the pernicious desires of your soul. However, when you begin too late to repent of your folly, call to mind my serious admonitions." Psyche, after this, had recourse to prayers, and while she threatens that she shall die if her request is denied, extorts from her husband permission to see her sisters, to assuage their grief and enjoy their conversation. Thus he pardoned the entreaties of his new wife, and permitted her, besides, to present her sisters with as much gold and as many jewels as she pleased. But he again and repeatedly admonished her, with the utmost earnestness, not to be persuaded, by their pernicious advice, to inquire concerning the form of her husband, nor by a sacrilegious curiosity hurl herself from such an exalted fortune, and by this means deprive herself of his embraces. She thanked her husband for his indulgence, and becoming in consequence of it more joyful, "But," says she, "may I suffer death 100 times rather than be deprived of thy most pleasing embraces, for I love thee most vehemently, thee, whoever thou art, even as I love my own soul, nor would I compare thee to Cupid himself. But this also I beseech you, grant to my prayers, that your servant Zephyr may convey my sorrowful sisters in the same manner in which he brought me hither." Then, pressing his lips with persuasive kisses, murmuring alluring words, and fondly folding him in her arms, she thus addressed him, in soothing accents: "My dear husband, sweet soul of thy Psyche, be not averse to my request." The husband, vanquished by the power of Venus, reluctantly gave his consent, and promised that all things should be accomplished according to her desire, and afterwards, in consequence of the reproach of mourning, vanished from the arms of his wife. But the sisters, having inquired the way, arrived in haste at the lofty rock on which Psyche was left abandoned, and there wept and beat their breasts, till the rocks resounded with their repeated lamentations. And now they called on their miserable sister by her proper name, till the spreading sound of their mournful voices, gliding down the declivities of the mountain, reached the ears of Psyche, who, distracted and trembling, ran out of her palace, and thus addressed them: "Why do you in vain afflict yourself with miserable lamentations? I, whom you deplore, am now present. Cease, therefore, your complaints, and at length dry up those tears which you have so long shed for my loss, since you may now embrace her whom you have so vehemently mourned." Then, calling Zephyr, she acquaints him with her husband's commands, who, entirely obedient to the mandate of Cupid, brought them, borne on the most gentle gales, in safety to Psyche. Now they embrace and are embraced, and mingle their mutual caresses with frequent and hasty kisses, and the joy of finding her alive, after they had considered her as dead, soon put a period to their lamentations and tears. "But come," said Psyche, "enter with me into my house, and recreate your afflicted mind with your Psyche." Having thus spoken, she led them into her golden palace, brought their ears acquainted with the populous family of voices that were subservient to her commands, and sumptuously refreshed them in a most beautiful bath, and with the delicacies of her immortal table. But as soon as her sisters were satiated with this affluence of celestial riches, they began to nourish envy profoundly in their hearts, and at last one of them, with a very particular and curious importunity, inquired who was the master of these celestial possessions, and who, and what sort of person, her husband was. Psyche, however, by no means violated her husband's injunctions, or suffered them to depart from the secret recesses of her bosom, but devising an answer adapted to the occasion, told them that he was a beautiful youth, whose cheeks were yet only shadowed with down, and that he was, for the most part, occupied in rural enjoyments, and in hunting on the mountains. Unless, by any slip in the course of her conversation, she should betray the secret advice, having loaded them with rich presents of gold and jewels, she called Zephyr, and ordered him to carry them to the lofty rock. This being immediately accomplished, these admirable sisters, as they were returning home, burning with the rancour of increasing envy, discoursed much with each other, and at last one of them thus began: "Do but take notice how blind, cruel, and unjust fortune has proved. Were you, my sister, pleased to find that we, though born of the same parents, should maintain such a different rank in life? We, who are elder, are delivered over to be servants to husbands, in a foreign country, far exiled from our native land and parents. But this youngest sister, the offspring of exhausted vigour, is raised to the enjoyment of this prodigious affluence, and of a god for her husband, though she does not know how to use, in a proper manner, such an abundance of good. You saw, sister, what a prodigious quantity of bracelets the house contained, what a number of shining garments, what bright gems, and what heaps of gold she treads upon in every part of the palace. If to all this she possesses a husband so beautiful as she asserts him to be, no one in the universe can live a happier life than herself. Indeed, it may happen, through long continued association and corroborated affection, that her husband, who is a god, may at length make her a goddess. By Hercules, it must be so, for she already conducts herself in a lofty manner, and the woman certainly breathes the goddess, who has voices for her servants, and commands even the winds themselves. But I, miserable creature, am, in the first place, tied to a husband more aged than my father, and in the next place, to one who is balder than a gourd, and shorter than a pygmy, and who secures every part of his house with bolts and chains. But I, replied the other sister, am destined to endure a husband, whose body is distorted with an articular disease, and though on this account he seldom rewards my pains with conjugal embraces, yet I am forced to spend a great part of my time in rubbing his distorted fingers, which are almost hardened into stone, with fetid fomentations, defiling these delicate hands with nasty rags and stinking poultices, thus acting the part of a surgeon more than that of a wife. You indeed, my sister, seem to bear all this with a patient, or rather servile soul, for I will speak what I think, without restraint. But, for my own part, I can no longer endure that such a blessed destiny should have fallen to one who does not deserve it. But only recollect in what a proud and arrogant manner she behaved towards us. By her boasting and immoderate ostentation, she betrayed the haughtiness of her swelling mind, of her immense riches gave us but a very trifling part, and immediately after, being weary of our company, ordered us to be turned out of doors, and to be puffed and hissed away. But I am not a woman, nor do I breathe, if I do not hurl her headlong from such mighty possessions. And if our contumely affects you as it ought, let us both join, in vigorous consultation, how we may accomplish this design. In order to this, let us neither acquaint our parents, nor any one else, with our intention, nor inform them that we know anything of her safety. It is sufficient that we ourselves have seen what it repents us to have seen, and let us not be the messengers of her happy condition to our parents and the people, for those are not properly blessed whose riches no one is acquainted with. She shall know that we are not servants, but her elder sisters. And now, indeed, let us depart to our husbands, and visit our own poor habitations, for such they are when compared with her abode, and being furnished with more compressed thoughts, let us return with greater firmness to the punishment of her pride. The two wicked sisters consider this evil advice as good, and concealing the precious gifts which they had received from Psyche, disheveling their hair, tearing their faces with dissembled grief, and renewing fictitious tears, returned to their parents. These, however, the wounds of whose sorrows they had again opened by their narration, they hastily take their leave of, big with the madness of envy, and return to their own habitations, machinating nefarious guile, or rather parricide, against their innocent sister. In the meantime, Psyche's unknown husband thus again admonished her in his nocturnal discourses. Do you perceive what a mighty danger fortune is preparing for you at a distance, and which, unless you are more firmly guarded against than you have hitherto been, will soon assault you near at hand? Those perfidious she-wolves are, with mighty endeavours, forming base stratagems against you, the sum of which is, that they may persuade you to explore my countenance, which, as I have often told you, if you once see, you will see no more. If therefore those worst of sorcerers come again, armed with noxious minds, and I know they will come, avoid all discourse with them. But if through genuine simplicity and tenderness of disposition you are not able to accomplish this, at least be careful not to hear nor answer any inquiries concerning your husband. For now we shall have a family of our own, and thy as yet infantine womb is pregnant with an offspring, which, if you conceal my secrets in silence, will be divine, but if you profane them, will be mortal. Psyche rejoiced in the consoling thoughts of a divine offspring, and was elated with the glory which would result from her future pledge, and with the dignity of a maternal name. She therefore anxiously numbered the increasing days and departing months, and being ignorant in everything relative to conception, wondered how her wealthy womb could receive such an abundant increase. But now those pests and most cruel furies, her sisters, breathing viperous virulence, and hastening their departure, sailed with impious celerity. Then again the momentary husband thus admonished his Psyche. The last day, and the most extreme misfortune, are now arrived. The malicious sex and hostile blood have taken arms, removed their camp, drawn the army into battle array, and sounded the charge. Now thy nefarious sisters are aiming with a drawn sword at thy throat. Alas, most dear Psyche, what mighty calamities now press upon us! Take pity, both on yourself and me, and by a religious countenance of tongue, deliver your house, your husband, yourself, and our little one, from the misfortune of impending ruin. Neither see nor hear those wicked women, who, after the deadly hatred which they have conceived against thee, and having trampled on the ties of blood, deserve not to be called sisters, when, like the sirens, standing on the mountain, they shall make the rocks resound with their deadly voices. Psyche, in words interrupted by sighs and tears, thus replied: You have for some time convincing proofs of my fidelity and taciturnity, and the strength of my mind shall be no less approved by you in the present instance. Only order Zephyr to repeat his former office, and at least grant me the sight of my sisters, since I am not permitted to behold thy sacred image. By thy fragrant and every way pendulous locks, by thy cheeks tender, smooth, and like my own, by thy breast glowing with I know not what kind of heat, by my hopes of at least knowing thy face in this little one, I beseech thee to comply with the pious prayers of thy suppliant. Indulge me in the desired embraces of my sisters, and recreate with joy the soul of Psyche who is devoted to thy will. For then I shall no longer be anxious to explore thy countenance. Now nothing can hinder me from thy embrace, not even the darkness of night, for I hold thee, my life, in my arms. The husband, being fascinated by these words, and by her soft embraces, wiped away her tears with his fragrant locks, assured her that her desires should be fulfilled, and immediately anticipated the light of the emerging day. But the two sisters, who were confederates in mischief, without calling on their parents, direct their course with precipitate velocity from the ships to the rock, and not waiting for the assistance of the elevating wind, leap on high with licentious temerity. Zephyr, however, not unmindful of the royal mandate, though unwilling to execute it, restored them, reclining on the bosom of the gently blowing gales, to the appointed place. Then, with feet equally rapid, they enter the palace, concealing the foe under the name of sister, embrace their prey, and veiling a treasury of profoundly hidden fraud under a joyful countenance, thus flattered her: Psyche, not now so slender as you were before, since you are now almost a mother, what mighty good do you think you bear for us in your womb? With what prodigious joy will you exhilarate the whole of our house? Oh, how happy shall we be through the nurture of the golden infant, who, if he corresponds in beauty as he ought to do to his parents, will be born a perfect Cupid. Thus, by dissembled affectation, they gradually invade the soul of their sister, who, as soon as they had refreshed themselves from the fatigue of their journey with warm baths, regaled them on a couch in a most splendid manner with all the dainties of a royal banquet. She ordered a harp to speak, and some one immediately sang to its harmony, flutes to be blown, and they immediately sounded. a musical band to sing in chorus, and it instantly sang, and though invisible, ravished the souls of the hearers with the most mellifluous notes. But the malice of these wicked women was not softened by the honeyed sweetness of the music, but turning their discourse to the destined fraudulent snares, they began in a dissembling manner to inquire what sort of a person she was married to, and from what family he was descended. Then she, through her too great simplicity, having forgot the former account which she had given of her husband, invented a new story respecting him. She told them that her husband was of the next province, that he carried on a trade with abundance of money, and that he was now of a middle age, a grey hair being here and there scattered on his head. And without prolonging the conversation any further, she again committed them to the charge of the winds, while she had loaded them with costly presents. But while they returned home, sublimely riding on the tranquil breath of Zephyr, they thus discoursed with each other. What can we say, sister, of the monstrous lies of that foolish creature? At one time her husband is a young man, with the down just beginning to spread over his chin, and at another time he is of a middle age, shining with hoary hairs. Who can this be, that in a short space of time experiences the alteration of a sudden old age? You may depend upon it, my sister, that this vile woman either forged this lie to deceive us, or that she does not herself know the form of her husband. But whichever of these is the case, she must be deprived of these riches with the utmost expedition. Indeed, if she is really ignorant of the form of her husband, she must have married a god, and through this pregnancy of hers she will present us with a god. However, should she happen to be the mother of a divine offspring, which heaven forbid, I should immediately hang myself. Let us, therefore, in the meantime, return to our parents, and by a well-coloured deceit prevent them from apprehending our design. End of chapter 5, part 1.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 5, Part 2. The sisters, thus inflamed, having called on their parents in a hasty manner, and passed through a night of interrupted sleep, fly as soon as it was morning to the rock, and by the usual vehicle of the wind descend rapidly down to Psyche, who, with forced tears, they craftily addressed. Happy in your own imagination, and blessed only in your ignorance of evil, you sit here inattentive to your own danger. But we, who watch over your affairs with a vigilant care, are miserably tormented at your lost condition. For, by diligent search we have discovered, nor can we conceal from you the cause of our mutual grief in your own misfortune, that a vast serpent, who glides along the plain in various volumes, whose neck is swollen with noxious poison, and whose mouth widely gapes through profound gluttony, secretly sleeps with you by night. Now call to mind the Pythian oracle, which declared you was destined to marry a fierce and terrible beast. And many of the inhabitants of this place, who haunt all round the country, have observed him returning home from his prey in the evening, and gliding through the shallows of the neighbouring river. These declare that he will not long feast you with delicious delicacies, but that, as soon as a full womb shall have given maturity to your pregnancy, he will then devour you as a richer morsel, so that you have only to consider whether you will comply with the desires of your sisters, who are anxious for your dear preservation and avoiding death, live with us secure from danger. But if you are wedded to the vocal solitude of this country retreat, or to the filthy and dangerous enjoyment of clandestine venery and the embraces of a poisoned serpent, we have, at least, acted as pious sisters, in thus admonishing you of your danger. Then the miserable Psyche, as being full of simplicity and of a pliant disposition, is seized with terror at the dire relation, and being thus quite beside herself, loses the remembrance of all her husband's admonitions and her own promises, and hurls herself headlong into a profound abyss of calamity. Trembling, therefore, and pale, and with an almost lifeless voice, she thus addressed them in broken words. You indeed, most dear sisters, have acted as it was proper you should, and with becoming piety towards me. And it appears to me that those who gave you this information did not invent a lie, for I have never yet beheld my husband's face, nor do I know who or what he is. But only hearing him by night, I endure a husband of an uncertain condition, and one that perpetually avoids the light of day. I am therefore of your opinion that he is some monstrous beast, who always terrifies me from attempting to behold him, and threatens some prodigious evil as the consequence of curiosity respecting his countenance. Therefore, if you are able to give any salutary assistance to your sister, who is thus dangerously situated, defer it not for a moment." These wicked women, having thus found an avenue to their pernicious design by a full discovery of their sister's condition, laying aside the concealments of covert artifice, invade the trembling thoughts of the simple girl with the drawn sword of deception. At length, therefore, one of them thus began: "Since the ties of blood oblige us to have no fear of danger before our eyes in the pursuit of your safety, we will discover to you the only way which leads to your preservation, and which has been the result of long continued cogitation. Secretly conceal a very sharp razor, which has been perfectly well set, in that part of the bed on which you are accustomed to lie, and provide likewise an elegant lamp, full of oil, and shining with a splendid light. Hide this lamp in some part of the enclosing tapestry, and having acted with the utmost secrecy in these preparations, as soon as with furrowed steps he ascends the accustomed bed, is stretched at length, and held fast in the fetters of his first and soundest sleep. Then, silently leaving the bed, and tripping along softly with naked feet, free the lamp from its dark concealment, take advantage of its light to accomplish your illustrious undertaking, and, with a bold heart, elevated right hand, and strenuous exertion, cut off the head of the noxious serpent. Nor shall our assistance be wanting to you in this affair, but we shall wait near with impatient anxiety till you have procured your safety by his death. And then, bringing away with you all your invisible attendants, we will join you, who are a woman in votive nuptials to a man." With such pernicious discourse, having inflamed the bosom of their now perfectly ardent sister, they left her, fearing in the highest degree the very confines of such a mighty evil, and, by the wonted impulse of the winged gale being raised on the rock, immediately hurl themselves from thence with rapid flight, and having ascended the ships, depart to their respective habitations. But Psyche, being left alone, if she can be said to be alone, who is hurried by the pernicious furies, is tossed with sorrow like a raging sea, and though her designs were fixed, and her mind was obstinately bent to accomplish what she intended, yet she now was beginning to apply her hands to the impious work, and she staggers with uncertain determinations, and is distracted with the apprehension of her approaching calamities. She is now full of speed, then dilatory, now bold, then fearful, now diffident, then angry, and what is the most wonderful of all, in the same body she loves her husband and hates the beast. However, as soon as the evening draws on the night, she prepares with precipitate haste the instruments of her nefarious enterprise. The night came, the husband was present, and after the first embrace, he fell into a profound sleep. Then Psyche, who was otherwise of an imbecile body and mind, yet, the cruelty of her fate assisting her, is now corroborated. Hence, taking out the lamp, and snatching the razor, her boldness transformed her sex. But, as soon as, by the light of the lamp, the secrets of the bed stood revealed, she saw the most mild and sweet of all wild beasts, even the beautiful god Cupid himself, most beautifully lying on the bed, by whose aspect the lamp itself participated of hilarity, and the razor repented itself of its sacrilegious edge. But Psyche, terrified at the amazingly beautiful countenance of the god, impotent of mind, and sinking through deadly paleness and trembling, fell on her knees, and could not tell where so properly to hide the steel as in her own bosom, which, indeed, she would have done, had not the razor, afraid of a crime so prodigious, fled, just then, out of her rash hand. And now, as she kneels weary on the ground, by often beholding the beauty of his divine countenance, she finds herself refreshed. She sees the genial locks of his golden head, largely anointed with ambrosia, the ringlets gracefully entangled, wandering over his milky neck and purple cheeks, some pendulous before, and some behind, by whose excessive radiance the very light of the lamp shone with a wavering splendor. On the shoulders of the volatile god, wings of a shining whiteness were seen, and though they were not in motion, yet the outward tender and delicate down, tremulously rebounding, was unquietly wanton. The rest of his body was smooth and elegant, and such as Venus did not repent of bringing forth. At the foot of the bed lie his bow, his quiver, and his arrows, the propitious weapons of the mighty god. These, while Psyche with an insatiable mind handles and explores with eager curiosity, and admires her husband's arms, she draws out of the quiver one of the arrows, and with the tip of her finger touching the point to try its sharpness, by the bold pressure of her trembling hand she pierced the flesh so deep that some small drops of rosy blood spread themselves with dewy sprinkling on her skin. Thus ignorant Psyche voluntarily fell in love with love. Then, burning more and more with the desire of Cupid, gazing on his face with insatiable eyes and multiplying petulant kisses, her only fear was lest he would wake too soon. And while, astonished through such a mighty good, her wounded mind fluctuates, the lamp, whether through vile perfidy or noxious envy, or whether it longed to touch, as it were, kiss, such a beautiful body, threw out a drop of boiling oil from the summit of its light on the right shoulder of the god. Strange, O bold and rash lamp, that thou shouldest burn the very god of all fire, though some lover first invented thee, that he might for a longer time enjoy by night the object of his desire. The god, thus burnt, leapt from his bed, and seeing the evidence of forfeited fidelity, silently flew away from the hands and eyes of his most unhappy wife. But Psyche immediately and with both her hands caught hold of his right leg as he was mounting, being the miserable appendix of his sublime flight through the cloudy regions, till at length, through weariness, she fell to the ground. Her lover god, however, not yet deserting her as she lay on the ground, flew to a neighbouring cypress tree, and being severely agitated, thus spoke to her from its lofty top: "Most simple Psyche, I, unmindful of the commands of my mother Venus, who ordered me to cause you to be enamoured of some mean and miserable son of the vulgar, chose rather to fly to you as a lover myself. I know that I have acted in this respect lightly, and I, who am so excellent an archer, have wounded myself with my own arrow, and have made you my wife, that I might, it seems, be considered by you as a beast, and that you might cut off my head, which bears those very eyes by which you are beloved. This was the danger of which I so often warned you to beware. This was the mischief I so benevolently admonished you to consider. But those egregious counselors of yours shall speedily suffer from me the punishments of such pernicious advice, while I shall only punish you by my flight." Thus spake Cupid, and, with the conclusion of his speech, sprang from his pinions on high. But Psyche lay prostrate on the ground, gazing on her soaring husband as long as he remained in sight, and afflicting herself with lamentations in the extreme. When, however, by the rowing of his wings, distance had rendered him invisible, she threw herself from the bank of the next river headlong into its stream. But the gentle river, in honour of the god who used to burn the waters themselves, and fearing for himself, immediately on the back of an innoxious wave, delivered her safe to the flowery bank. It happened at that time that the rural god Pan sat at the margin of the river, embracing the goddess Canna, and teaching her to sing in all manner of gentle strains. Near them a wanton herd of kids browsed on the grassy bank. the shagged god, who was not ignorant of the misfortunes of Psyche, called her gently to him, and thus allured her in soothing language. Most elegant girl, I am indeed a rural person and a shepherd, but through the benefit of an extended old age I have acquired abundance of experience, and if I rightly conjecture, since prudent men boast the power of divination, and from your stumbling and often reeling gait, from the extreme paleness of your countenance, and from your perpetual sighing and sorrowful eyes, you labour under an excess of love. Listen, therefore, to me. Attempt no more to drown yourself, or to put an end to your existence by calling any other kind of death to your assistance. But cease to grieve, lay aside your sorrow, and rather by prayers worship Cupid, the greatest of the gods, and strive to please him by bland obsequiousness, as he is a delicate and luxurious youth. The pastoral god having thus spoken, Psyche made no reply, but adoring the salutary divinity, departed from the place. But before she had travelled far, with painful steps, pursuing an unknown path, she drew near to a city in which the husband of one of her sisters was king. This, as soon as she understood, she desired that her arrival might be announced to her sister. Psyche was accordingly introduced to her, and when the embraces of mutual salutation were over, to her sister inquiring the cause of her visit, she thus began: You doubtless remember the advice you gave me. I mean that I should destroy with a razor the beast that lie with me under the name of a husband, before, through voracious gluttony, he destroyed me. But as soon as, by the assistance of the conscious light, I beheld his countenance, I saw a spectacle perfectly wonderful and divine. The very son himself of the goddess Venus, Cupid himself, I say, sunk in gentle sleep, and, while struck with astonishment at the sight of such a mighty good, and disturbed through too great an abundance of pleasure, I laboured under the want of enjoyment by a most dire misfortune. The boiling oil bubbled to the summit of the lamp, and leaped on the shoulder of the god. Being immediately awakened by the pain, when he beheld me armed with the weapon and the light, From whence, said he, proceeds this dire wickedness of thine? Immediately quit my bed, and depart from my sight. I will now immediately join myself in marriage to your sister, mentioning you expressly by name. And then he ordered Zephyr to blow me beyond the boundaries of his habitation. Psyche had scarcely ended her narration, when the sister, agitated by the incentives of lust and baneful envy, having deceived her husband by a preconcerted fiction respecting the death of her parents, immediately set sail for the rock on which Psyche had been exposed. And though another wind then blowed, yet, elated with blind hope, she exclaimed, Receive me, Cupid, a wife worthy of thy embraces, and thou, Zephyr, receive thy mistress. Thus leaping as high as she was able, she fell headlong from the mountain, unable, even when dead, to arrive at the palace of Cupid, for her limbs were torn in pieces by the rocks as she fell, and her bowels became, as they deserved to be, food for birds and beasts of prey. Nor was the vengeance which remained to be inflicted slow in its approaches, for Psyche, with wandering steps, arrived at another city, where her other sister reigned, who, deceived, and sinning in the same manner, hastened to the rock, and died just in the same way her sister had done before. In the meantime, while Psyche, wandering over various realms, anxiously searched after Cupid, he, though the pain from the wound from the lamp, lay groaning in the bedchamber of his mother. Then that extremely white bird, the seagull, who swims with his wings on the waves of the sea, hastily merged himself in the profound bosom of the ocean. There, placing himself near Venus, as she was bathing and swimming, he informed her that her son was severely burnt, and that he was groaning with the pain of the wound, and that his cure was doubtful. Thus, besides this, the whole family of Venus was everywhere reviled. In the first place, Cupid, because he had retired to a mountain in order to have illicit connection with a girl, and in the next place, said he, yourself, by thus withdrawing to swim in the sea. Hence it is said, continued the bird, that there was no longer any pleasure, elegance, and festivity to be found, but that everything is inelegant, rustic, and horrid, that nuptial ties, social friendships, and love of children are no more, but that in their place have succeeded enormous filth, and the bitter loathing of sordid compacts. Thus did this loquacious and impertinent bird defame the son of Venus, by murmuring scandal in her ear. But Venus, being enraged by this information, suddenly exclaimed, in a firm tone of voice, "So then this hopeful son of mine has got a mistress? Come, tell me, thou, who alone dost serve me with affection, tell me the name of her who has solicited the ingenuous and naked boy, and whether she is one of the tribes of nymphs, or of the number of the goddesses, or of the choir of the muses, or belonging to my own train of the graces." The loquacious bird was not silent. "But my mistress," said he, "I am not certain, though, if I well remember, he is said to have been vehemently in love with a girl, whose name is Psyche." Thus Venus, being indignant, exclaimed, "Does he thus love her who is a rival of my beauty, and who is emulous of my name? And does he mean to make me, who first brought him to the knowledge of her, act the part of a bawd?" Thus complaining, she immediately emerged from the sea, and hastened to her golden bedchamber, where she found her son sick, as she had been told, and so vehemently raving through the pain, that she heard him before she reached the doors. "This is fine conduct indeed," said she, "and very agreeable to our dignified birth, in your temperance. In the first place, that you should trample on the precepts of your mistress and mother, and so far from tormenting my enemy with sordid love, take her to your licentious and immature embraces, on purpose that I might suffer the indignity of having my enemy for my daughter-in-law. Doubtless thou dost presume, thou trifler, corrupted and unbeloved boy, that I am too old to have another son. Know, therefore, that I will beget another son, much better than thou art, or rather, that you may be more sensible of the disgrace, I will adopt one of my little slaves, and on him I will bestow those wings and flames, that bow and those arrows, and all my furniture which I gave you for purposes very different from those to which you employ them. For you received no part of this apparatus from your father's possessions, but thou hast been of a perverse disposition from thy very childhood, and hence it is that thou hast so often struck thy elders, and even thy mother herself, even me, thou parricide. Besides, you despise me as if I were a widow, nor are you afraid of your valiant father-in-law, the mighty God, whom, to my torment, you have supplied with many a virgin. I shall take care, however, to make you repent of this frolicsome trick of yours, and render your nuptials sharp and bitter. However, being thus derided, what shall I do? Where shall I betake myself? How shall I punish that little deceiver? Shall I solicit assistance from my enemy, Sobriety, whom I have so often offended through the luxury of this fraudulent boy? Must I have recourse to that rustic and filthy woman? I abhor the very thought. Yet the consolation of revenge is not to be despised. I must therefore apply to her, and to her alone, for she will severely chastise this trifler. She will rifle his quiver, disarm his arrows, unbend his bow, extinguish his torch, and punish his body with still sharper remedies. Then I shall believe atonement has been made for the injury I have received, when I have shaved off those locks, which, with these hands of mine, I have so often bound with a golden bandage, and cut off those pinions, which I have dyed in the nectareous fountain, my bosom. Having thus given vent to her passion, full of venereal bile, she rushed impetuously out of doors. But Ceres and Juno immediately attended her, and, perceiving her angry countenance, asked her why she did so great an injury to the gracefulness of her sparkling eyes by such a sullen contraction of her brows. To whom Venus thus replied: You are come very opportunely to be the executioners of that violence which has taken possession of my ardent breast. I beg, therefore, that, with the utmost care and diligence, you will inquire after the fugitive Psyche, for that infamous report respecting my house and the conduct of my unworthy son cannot be unknown to you." Then the two goddesses, being ignorant of what had happened, thus endeavored to mitigate the raging anger of Venus. "What offense has your son committed, that you so violently oppose his pleasures, and are impatient to destroy her whom he loves? What crime, we beseech you, can he be charging with in loving, without restraint, a beautiful virgin? Can you be ignorant of his sex and youth? Or have you, indeed, forgot how old he is? What, because he carries his years elegantly, would you consider him as a boy? Is it possible that you, who are his mother, and besides this a woman of understanding, can be determined always to pry inquisitively into his sport, blame his luxury and amours, and reprobate in your beautiful son your own arts and delights? But what god or man will suffer you to disseminate everywhere among the people amorous desires, when you restrain the gallantry of your own house, and thus shut up the public shop of female vices?" The fear of his darts induced them to pay this flattery to absent Cupid, in a gracious patronage of his cause. But Venus, indignant that her injuries were thus ridiculously treated, with haughty mien and mighty step, passed on to the ocean. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 6, part 1 of the Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Metamorphosis, or Golden Ass, by Apuleius. Translated by Thomas Taylor. Chapter 6, part 1. In the meantime, Psyche was driven about from place to place, variously wandering, and with restless mind inquiring after her husband, her desire of finding him increasing in proportion to the difficulty of the search. For, though she had incurred his anger, she hoped she should be able to appease him by suppliant prayers, if she could not allure him by the tender blandishments of a wife. Perceiving, therefore, a temple on the summit of a lofty mountain, "How can I tell," said she, "but this may be the residence of my lord?" And immediately she directed her hasty steps thither, incited by hope and desire, though spent with unceasing toil. And now, having gained the highest ridges of the mountain, she enters the temple, in which she saw ears of corn, some of which lay in a heap, some were twisted into garlands, and some were mingled with ears of barley. Here likewise were scythes, and all the instruments of harvest, but scattered in a confused and careless manner, and thrown, as is usually the case in the heat of summer, out of the weary hands of the reapers. Psyche, on seeing this confusion, curiously separated the mingled heaps, and properly arranged them, when separated, believing that she ought not to neglect the temples and ceremonies of any divinity, but that she should implore the benevolent pity of all the gods. The bountiful Ceres, whose temple this was, finds her thus anxiously and sedulously employed, and addresses her at a distance as follows: "Alas, miserable Psyche, Venus, full of rage and indignation, inquires after thy footsteps with anxious search, dooms thee to the most severe punishments, and importunately demands revenge, with all the powers of her divinity. Canst thou therefore now busy thyself about my affairs, or think of anything else but thy own safety?" Then Psyche, throwing herself at the feet of the goddess, watering them with abundant weeping, and sweeping the ground with her dishevelled locks, entreated pardon of her divinity with numerous prayers. "I beseech thee," says she, "by thy fruit-bearing right hand, by the joyful ceremonies of harvest, by the occult sacred concerns of the Sistai, by the winged car of thy ministrant dragons, the furrows of the Sicilian soil, the rapacious chariot, and the detaining earth, by the dark descending ceremonies attending the marriage of Proserpine, and the ascending rites which accompanied the luminous discovery of thy daughter, and by other arcana which Lucius, the Attic sanctuary, conceals in profound silence, support the soul of Psyche, thy suppliant. Suffer me to conceal myself in that heap of corn for a few days, till the raging anger of so great a goddess is mitigated by time, or at least permit me to stay here till my bodily powers, weakened by long continuing labour, become invigorated by an interval of rest. To this prayer Ceres thus replied: I am moved by your weeping supplications, and desire to assist you, but I cannot with propriety incur the displeasure of the kindred goddess, to whom I am united by an ancient league of friendship. Depart therefore from this temple immediately, and take it in good part my not detaining and making you a prisoner. Psyche, being thus repulsed, contrary to her hopes, and oppressed with a double sorrow, retired from the temple, and in a dark grove of the valley, beneath the mountain, beheld a fane of elegant structure, and, unwilling to omit any way, though dubious, which might lead to better hope, and determined to employ the pardon of every god, she suppliantly approached the sacred doors. Here she perceived splendid gifts, and parts of garments interwoven with golden letters, fixed to the branches of the trees and the pillars of the temple, the letters signifying that these were votive offerings for the benefits received, and exhibiting the name of the goddess to whom they were dedicated. Then Psyche, throwing herself on her knees and embracing the altar, having first wiped away her tears, thus prayed: O sister and wife of the mighty Jupiter, whether thou dost possess the ancient temples of Samos, which glories in thy querulous infancy, or in thy nurture, or whether thou dost frequent the blessed seats of the happy Carthage, which adores thee as a virgin, riding through the heavens in a lion-yoked car, or dost preside over the illustrious walls of the Argives, near the banks of Inachus, which celebrate thee, now married to the Thunderer and the Queen of the gods. O thou, whom all the East venerates under the name of Zygia, and all the West denominates Lucina, be thou, Juno, the saviour of this my extreme misfortune, and deliver me, weary with the toils of such long-continued labours, from the fear of my present impending danger, for I know that thou art accustomed voluntarily to relieve the distresses of the pregnant. Juno immediately presented herself to Psyche, supplicating, in all the august dignity of her divinity, and said: I would most willingly have my daughter-in-law Venus yield to your prayers, but decency will not permit me to act contrary to the will of Venus, whom I have always loved as my own daughter. Besides, the law forbids me to receive into my protection any fugitive servant without the consent of her mistress. But Psyche, now terrified with this second shipwreck of her fortune, and despairing of being able to recover her volatile husband, having laid aside all hopes of safety, thus consulted with her own thoughts: What other relief for my sorrows can now be either attempted or procured, since even goddesses cannot, though willing, afford me assistance? To what place shall I again direct my wandering steps, when entangled in such inextricable nets? Concealed in what habitations or darkness can I escape the inevitable eyes of the mighty Venus? Assume, therefore, a masculine mind, my soul, bravely renounce all thy vain little hopes, voluntarily surrender thyself into the hands of thy mistress, and try, though late, to mitigate her rage by the modesty of thy behaviour. Besides, thou mayest perhaps find him in the house of his mother, whom thou hast so long sought for in vain. Being thus persuaded to enter on her dubious duty, or rather certain destruction, she considered with herself how she should begin her supplications to Venus. Venus, however, refusing to employ earthly remedies in her inquiries after Psyche, returned to heaven. She orders the chariots to be made ready, which Vulcan, having fabricated with subtle skill, arched like the horned moon, and precious with a waist of gold, had presented her before the consummation of her marriage. 4 white doves, out of many that nestled about the bedchamber of their mistress, joyfully turning about their painted necks, assume the yoke, decorated with gems, and having taken up their mistress, gladly fly with her to heaven. The chariot of the goddess was attended by a flock of sparrows, wantoning with loud chirpings, and by other birds who sing sweetly, all of them announcing the approach of Venus in the most mellifluous notes. The clouds give way, the heavens unfold themselves to their daughter, and the lofty ether receives the goddess with joy, nor does the singing family of Venus fear opposing eagles or rapacious hawks. Then immediately she directed her steps to the royal palace of Jupiter, and proudly demanded the necessary assistance of the vocal god Mercury, nor did the azure bow of Jupiter refuse assent. Then Venus, accompanied by Mercury, joyfully descended from heaven, and in her flight thus anxiously addressed him: "My Arcadian brother, you well know that your sister Venus never did anything without the presence of Mercury, nor are you ignorant how long I have sought in vain for my lurking female slave. Hence, nothing remains to be done, but for you to proclaim her in a public manner, and propose a reward to him that shall find her. Take care, therefore, that my commands are speedily executed, and clearly describe the marks by which she may be known, that no one may plead ignorance for the crime of unlawfully concealing her." At the same time she gave him a small volume, in which the name of Psyche was written, and every other particular respecting her, after which she immediately returned home. Nor was Mercury negligent in the performance of her commands, for, running everywhere through all nations, he cried in the following words: "If any one can seize in her flight, or discover where a fugitive king's daughter, a servant of Venus, and of the name of Psyche, lays concealed, let him or her repair to Mercury, the crier, at the temple of Venus Myrtia, and receive as a reward of the discovery 7 sweet kisses from Venus herself, and 1 exquisitely delicious touch of her charming tongue." Mercury, having thus executed the proclamation of Venus, the desire of such a mighty reward excited ardent endeavours in all mortals to obtain it, and this circumstance took away from Psyche all thoughts of any further delay. And now, as she approached the gates of her mistress, she was met by one of the servants of Venus, named Custom, who immediately exclaimed, as loud as she was able, "At length, then, most wicked slave, do you begin to know that you have a mistress? And do you likewise pretend to be ignorant of the great fatigue we have endured in endeavouring to find you out? But it is well that you have fallen into my hands, for now you have entered within the very gates of hell, to receive, without delay, the punishment of such obstinate contumacy." After she had thus reviled Psyche, she audaciously twisted her hands in her hair, and dragged her along without resistance. But as Venus, as soon as she beheld her thus brought into her presence, burst into a loud laugh, such as agitates those who are transported with vehement rage, and, shaking her head, "At length," says she, "have you thought proper to come and pay your respects to your mother-in-law? Or did you rather come to see your sick husband, who is yet dangerously ill through the wound which you gave him? But take courage, for your reception will be of such as a good mother-in-law ought to give. Where then," says she, "are my servants, Solicitude and Sorrow?" These, immediately attending, in obedience to the commands of their mistress, scourged and inflicted other torments on the miserable Psyche, and afterwards brought her again into the presence of Venus. Then Venus began laughing. "Behold," says she, "her swelling belly moves my compassion, since it is through this that she is to make me a happy grandmother. Happy indeed am I, who, in the very flower of my age, shall be called a grandmother, and the son of a vile slave shall be dignified with the appellation of the grandson of Venus, though indeed I foolishly call him my grandson, for marriages unequal, and besides this made in a village, without any witnesses and without the father's consent, can never be deemed legitimate, so that thy offspring must be a bastard, even if I should suffer thee to bring him into the light." Having thus said, she flew upon her, rent her garments in many places, tore her hair, beat her on the head, and severely chastised her in various ways. Then, taking wheat, barley, millet, poppy seed, vetches, lentils, and beans, and mixing them in one globular heap, she thus spoke to her: "You seem to me a servant so deformed as to be incapable of deserving your lover by any other means than the diligent performance of menial employments. I will, therefore, make trial of your abilities as a housewife. Take and separate this mass of seeds, and having properly disposed the several grains apart from each other, give me a proof of your expedition by finishing the task before evening." Thus spoke Venus, and immediately after departed to a wedding supper. But Psyche, astonished at the prodigious command, sat silent and stupid, without moving a hand to the disordered and inextricable mass. Then a little ant, a native of the fields, vehemently commiserating such prodigious difficulty and labour, and execrating the stepmother's cruelty towards the wife of the mighty god Cupid, rapidly summoned together the populous tribe of neighbouring ants, and thus addressed them: "Take pity, ye active nurslings of the all-parent earth, take pity, and with prompt celerity assist the wife of Love, a beautiful young woman, who is now in a dangerous situation." Immediately the 6-footed people rushed forth to her assistance in undulating tribes, and with the utmost diligence separated the whole heap, grain by grain, and having properly sorted the confused mingled species, rapidly vanished from her sight. But Venus, on the commencement of night, returns from the nuptial banquet, moist with wine, fragrant with rich ointments, and having her body elegantly bound with shining roses. And as soon as she saw the diligence which had been exerted on the wonderful labour, "Most vile creature," said she, "this is not the work of your hands, but of his whom, to your own and his own misfortune, you have pleased." And throwing her a piece of household bread, she retired to rest. In the meantime, Cupid was very closely confined to his bedchamber in the interior part of the house, partly lest he should injure his wound by petulant luxury, and partly lest he should associate with his beloved. Thus the lovers, being separated from each other under one roof, passed away, exhausted with grief, the cruel night. But as soon as Aurora had ushered in the morning, Venus, having called Psyche, thus addressed her: "Do you perceive yonder grove, which stretches itself to a considerable distance along the margin of a river, whose deepest whirlpools look down upon a neighbouring fountain? There shining sheep of a golden colour wander about, feeding without a shepherd. I think it fit that you should bring me immediately a flock of that precious wool, whatever may be the difficulty of procuring it." Psyche willingly rose, but not with any intention of executing this command, but to procure rest from her misfortunes, by hurling herself headlong from the rock into the river. But when she came to the brink, a reed, the sweet nurse of music, being divinely inspired, thus prophetically spoke in soft and harmonious murmurs: "Psyche, exercised in mighty sorrows, neither pollute my sacred waters by thy most miserable death, nor yet venture to approach the formidable sheep on the opposite bank, while, borrowing heat from the burning radiance of the sun, they are transported with savage rage, and are the destruction of mortals, either by their sharp horns, stony foreheads, or venomous bites. But when the meridian sun has driven the cattle to the shade, and the serene spirit of the flood lulled them to rest, then you may hide yourself under yonder lofty plane tree, which drinks of the same river with myself, and as soon as the sheep have mitigated their fury, on shaking the leaves of the neighbouring grove, you will find the woolly gold everywhere sticking to the roots of the trees." Thus the simple and humane reed taught the wretched Psyche how to accomplish this dangerous enterprise with safety. Psyche, therefore, observing all the directions, found her obedience was not in vain, but returned to Venus with her bosom full of the delicate golden fleece. Yet she was not able to procure the approbation of her mistress by this her second perilous labour. But Venus, smiling bitterly with severe eyebrows, thus addressed her: "I am not ignorant that you are not the performer of this task also, but I will now try whether you are endowed with a courageous mind and singular prudence. Do you see the summit of yonder lofty mountain, from which the dusky waters of a black fountain fall, and which, confined in the channel of the neighbouring valley, irrigate the Stygian marshes, and supply the hoarse streams of Cocytus? Bring me immediately in this little urn liquid dew drawn from the inmost influx of the lofty fountain." Thus speaking, she gave her a vessel of polished crystal, and at the same time threatened her more severely than before. But Psyche, with the utmost celerity, ascended to the very summit of the mountain, presuming that there at least she should find the period of her most miserable life. However, when she arrived at the confines of the vertex, she saw the deadly difficulty of the vast undertaking. For a rock enormously lofty and inaccessibly rugged vomited from its middle the horrid waters of the fountain, which, immediately falling headlong in winding streams, rushed suddenly through a narrow channel into the neighbouring valley. On the right and left hand they creep through hollow rocks, over which the fierce dragons stretch out their long necks, and with unwinking vigilance keep a perpetual watch. And now the vocal waters shook themselves, and exclaimed as they rolled along: "Depart! What do you attempt? Look and see what you do. Take care! Fly, or you will perish." Psyche, therefore, petrified through the impossibility of accomplishing the task, though she was present in body, was absent in mind, and being perfectly buried under the huge bulk of the inextricable danger, was even deprived of the benefit of tears, the last solace of the wretched. But the sorrow of the innocent soul is not concealed from the penetrating eyes of Providence. For the rapacious eagle, that royal bird of Jupiter, on a sudden flew to her with expanded wings, calling to mind his ancient obligations to Cupid, for enabling him to elevate to heaven the Phrygian cupbearer, Ganymedes, to Jupiter, and reverencing the divinity of Cupid in the labours of his wife, deserted the lofty paths of Jupiter, and bringing with him seasonable assistance, thus addressed her: "Can you, in other respects of an undesigning disposition, and unexperienced in attempts of this kind, ever hope to steal one drop of this most holy and no less terrible fountain? Have you not heard at least that these Stygian waters are formidable even to Jupiter himself, and that, as you swear by the divinity of the gods, so they are accustomed to swear by the majesty of Styx? But give me that little urn." Immediately, therefore, taking it in haste, and poising it on his moving wings, he sailed between the cheeks of raging teeth and the three-forked vibrating tongues of the dragons, and steering his course to the right and to the left, drew off the reluctant waters, which previously admonished him that he might depart in safety, because he pretended that Venus herself wanted some of the water, and had ordered him to procure it, and on this account his access to the fountain was facilitated. Psyche, therefore, joyfully receiving the full urn, returned with the utmost celerity to Venus. Yet she was not able, even by the accomplishment of this dangerous enterprise, to appease the anger of the raging goddess. For, threatening her with still more severe endurance, she thus addressed her: a smile, the harbinger of ruin, accompanied her words: "You appear to me to be a profound and malevolent magician, or you never could, with so much dexterity, have performed my commands. But there is one task more, my dear, which you ought to perform. Take this box," she immediately gave it to her, "and direct your course to the infernal regions and the deadly palace of Pluto. Then, presenting the box to Persephone, say, Venus requests you to send her a small portion of your beauty, at least as much as may be sufficient for one short day, for she has consumed all the beauty she possessed, through the attention which she pays to her diseased son. But return with the utmost expedition, for it is necessary that I should adorn myself with the beauty of Persephone, as I must go to the theatre of the gods." End of chapter 6, part 1.